This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't shake what happened last year in Vernon. I've been a sheriff in this town for nearly 15 years, and nothing in my training prepared me for what I encountered at the Mason cabin. Nothing. It was October 17th, 2003. I remember the date because it was my daughter's birthday, and I'd promised to be home early for her party. The call came in around 4:30 p.m. Betty, our dispatcher, said Bethany Mason had called, hysterical, saying something was in her house. Then the line went dead. The Mason place is about 8 miles outside town, deep in the woods off Pinecrest Road. Bethany and her 2 kids, Sarah 9 and Ben 6, had moved there after her divorce. Nice family, kept to themselves mostly. I'd helped Bethany once when her car broke down on Route 12, and I'd seen the kids at the school's fall festival a few weeks prior. I radioed Deputy Collins to meet me there, but he was handling a fender bender on the other side of the county. Said he'd be there in about 40 minutes. I didn't want to wait. The drive out to the Mason cabin always feels longer than it should. The trees grow thick on either side of the dirt road, and that day they seemed to close in, branches scraping against my cruiser. It had rained earlier, and the forest smelled like wet earth and pine. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how quiet. I had no idea what was waiting for me. The Mason cabin sits in a small clearing. It's a simple place, 2 bedrooms, wood siding that needed a new coat of stain, a little porch with a swing. Nothing unusual about it. Bethany's blue Subaru was parked out front, but there were no lights on inside the cabin, which struck me as odd, given how dark it was getting with the storm clouds rolling in. I called in my arrival over the radio and approached with caution. The front door was open about an inch. I announced myself, Sheriff's Department, but got no response. My hand went to my sidearm, a habit after all these years. Something felt wrong. The birds had stopped singing. The whole forest seemed to be holding its breath. I pushed the door open with my foot, gun drawn. "Bethany, it's Sheriff Hawkins. Are you okay?" The living room was a mess. Furniture overturned, a lamp broken on the floor, kids' toys scattered everywhere. But no blood, no signs of a struggle exactly. More like someone had been frantically searching for something. The kitchen was the same, cabinets standing open, dishes broken on the floor. A pot of something was boiling over on the stove. I turned it off and moved toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. That's when I heard it. A soft whimpering coming from the master bedroom. I followed the sound and found Bethany sitting on the floor in the corner, knees pulled up to her chest, rocking back and forth. Her eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. She'd bitten her bottom lip hard enough to draw blood. "Bethany," I said, kneeling down beside her. "What happened? Where are the kids?" She didn't respond, didn't even seem to know I was there. I checked her over for injuries but found nothing except some scratches on her arms. Her skin was ice cold. "Bethany," I tried again, louder this time. "It's Darren, Sheriff Hawkins. Can you tell me what happened?" Her eyes slowly focused on me, and she let out this sound, not quite a scream, not quite a moan, that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. She grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin through my uniform. "It took them," she whispered. "It has no face." A chill ran down my spine. Who took them? Where are Sarah and Ben? She just pointed toward the kids' bedroom across the hall. I told her to stay put and went to check. I wish to God I hadn't. The door to the kids' room was closed. I pushed it open slowly, gun ready, the though I don't know what I expected to find. The room was dark, but enough light came in through the curtains for me to see the two small shapes on the beds. Sarah and Ben were there, lying on their backs, perfectly arranged like dolls, eyes open and staring at the ceiling. But they were wrong. Their skin was gray, almost translucent, and their little bodies were twisted in ways that human bodies shouldn't bend. I've seen car accidents, hunting mishaps, even a murder-suicide back in '98, but nothing like this. It looked like something had fed on them, but not in any way I could understand. There were no wounds, no blood, just these empty shells that used to be children. I backed out of the room, bile rising in my throat. I needed to get Bethany out of there, call for backup, secure the scene. I was thinking like a cop again, trying to push down the horror of what I'd just seen. When I got back to Bethany, she was standing, pressed against the wall, staring at something over my shoulder. Her face had gone completely white. I turned around, and that's when I saw it. It was standing in the doorway, tall, at least 7 feet, so thin it shouldn't have been able to stand. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in long, spindly fingers. Its skin was gray, like ash, like death, but its face, there was nothing there, just smooth, blank skin where features should have been. I didn't hesitate. I fired 4 rounds directly into its chest. The bullets hit. I know they did. But it was like shooting smoke. The thing didn't even flinch. It just tilted its head, that blank face somehow conveying curiosity. I grabbed Bethany's arm. "Run!" I shouted, pulling her toward the door. But she wouldn't move. It was like she was rooted to the spot, still staring at that thing. The creature raised one of those impossible long arms, reaching toward us. I fired again, emptying my clip into it. Nothing happened. Then it started making this sound, like static, like whispers, like 1,000 voices all talking at once. I couldn't make out words, but somehow I understood. It was calling to Bethany, and she was listening. I didn't think. I just reacted. I ran. I left her there and I ran. I'm not proud of it. I've replayed that moment 1,000 times in my head, wondering if I could have saved her. But in that moment, pure animal fear took over. I bolted through the cabin and out the front door, not stopping until I reached my cruiser. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I kept looking back at the cabin, expecting that thing to come after me, but the doorway remained empty. I started the engine and peeled out of there, gravel flying. About half a mile down the road, I passed Collins heading toward the cabin. I should have stopped him. I should have warned him, but I couldn't bring myself to. What would I say? That I'd seen a monster? That I'd left a woman to die? So I just kept driving, white-knuckling the steering wheel all the way back to town. When I finally pulled myself together enough to organize a proper response, I told everyone that I'd found signs of a break-in at the Mason place, but no bodies. I led the search party myself, combing through those woods for days. We never found Bethany or the kids. The official report says, missing, presumed dead. A tragic home invasion, maybe a kidnapping gone wrong. People in town whispered about drug dealers or a crazy ex-husband. I let them believe it. It was easier than the truth. For 6 months, I tried to forget what I'd seen. I threw myself into work, avoided the woods, drank too much whiskey at night to keep the nightmares at bay. But then April 17th came around, exactly 6 months after that day. I found myself driving out to the Mason cabin again. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination. The cabin was exactly as we'd left it after the investigation, sealed with police tape. Everything looked normal in the fading evening light. No monster, no bodies, just an empty house in the woods. I almost laughed at myself for being so spooked. Then I heard the whispers. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. That same static sound, like a radio caught between stations. I should have left right then, but something compelled me to go inside. The front door opened easily under my hand, the police seal breaking like it was nothing. Inside, the cabin was different. The walls seemed to breathe. The shadows were too deep, too dark. And when I stepped into the living room, they were all there, Bethany and Sarah and Ben, sitting on the couch like they were waiting for me. But they weren't right. Their skin was that same ashen gray, their movements jerky and wrong, like puppets being manipulated by clumsy hands. And their faces, smooth and blank, just like the creatures. Bethany stood up and reached for me, her mouth opening in the smooth skin where her face should have been, and that's when the floor seemed to disappear from under my feet. I was falling through darkness, through whispers, through cold that burned, and then nothing. I woke up in the hospital 6 months later, October 17th, 2004. They told me hikers had found me wandering in the woods near the Mason cabin, incoherent and dehydrated. According to everyone, I'd been missing for exactly 24 hours, but I know it was 6 months. 6 months in that other place, that shadow world where everything is wrong, and those things that look like people but aren't watch you from the corners of rooms. The doctors diagnosed me with a psychotic break brought on by PTSD. They say I never went back to the Mason cabin that day in April, that I just disappeared from my house and turned up in the woods. They say the creature I described is a hallucination, a manifestation of my guilt over not being able to save that family. But I know what I saw, what I experienced. That place I was taken to, it's real. It exists alongside our world, separated by only the thinnest of veils. And that creature, that faceless thing, it can move between worlds. It can take people. It took Bethany and her kids. It took me. And it's not finished. I've been back in Vernon for 3 months now. I'm not sheriff anymore. They gave me a medical retirement, very generous under the circumstances. People look at me differently now. They whisper when I walk by. The crazy ex-sheriff who cracked under pressure, who abandoned a woman and her children and made up some monster story to cover his tracks. But I know the truth, and I know it's coming back. Not just for me, but for everyone. I've been watching the woods. 3 hikers have gone missing in the past month. The search parties found nothing, but I saw the signs, the unnatural stillness in the forest, the way the birds stop singing, the whispers just at the edge of hearing. It's spreading. Whatever doorway was opened at the Mason cabin, it's getting wider. More of them are coming through. I've started keeping track, marking locations on a map where people report strange sounds, where animals won't go, where the air feels wrong. There's a pattern forming, spreading out from the Mason cabin like ripples in a pond. I've tried telling people, warning them. No one believes me. Why would they? I sound insane. Maybe I am, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. My bedroom window was open, even though I know I closed it before going to bed. And there was dirt on my floor, not tracked in from outside, but like it had bubbled up from underneath the floorboards. It smelled like that other place, like rot and static and whispers. I got up to close the window and saw it standing at the edge of my yard, just where the trees begin. That impossible, tall, thin shape. That blank face turned toward my house, watching, waiting, letting me know it remembers me, that we're connected now. I don't know what to do. No one believes me. No one will help me. but I have to do something, because it's not just coming for me. It's coming for all of us. And I'm the only one who knows. I've started carrying my gun again, even though I know bullets don't work. I've lined my doors and windows with salt and iron, old superstitions, but I'm grasping at anything that might help. I sleep with the lights on when I sleep at all, and I keep watching the woods, counting the days, waiting for October 17th to come around again. Whatever's happening, it works in cycles, 6 months, 1 year. I don't fully understand it yet, but I'm trying. I have to. Because I failed Bethany and her kids. I ran when I should have fought. I can't make that mistake again. If you're reading this and you live anywhere near Vernon, Idaho, be careful. Watch the woods. Listen for the whispers. And if you ever feel like you're being watched by something you can't quite see, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because it has no face, but it sees everything. And it's hungry. And it's spreading. It started with a string of disappearances along Whispering Pines Trail near Spirit Lake. Over 8 weeks, 5 hikers had vanished without a trace. No distress calls, no evidence of wildlife attacks, nothing. Just people walking into the woods and never coming out. The official line was that they'd gotten lost and succumbed to exposure, or maybe fallen into one of the ravines that cut through that section of forest. But we hadn't found a single body, which was unusual. My partner Jake and I got assigned to increase patrols in that area and look for any clues about what might have happened. Jake had been a ranger for almost 15 years and knew these woods better than anyone. We'd been friends since my first day on the job, and there wasn't anyone I trusted more out in the backcountry. The morning it all went to hell started normally enough. We packed our gear, standard 72-hour packs with emergency supplies, first aid, GPS units, and sidearms, mostly for aggressive wildlife, though we rarely needed them. The weather forecast called for clear skies, temperatures in the mid-60s, perfect hiking weather. We drove out to the Whispering Pines trailhead around 7 a.m. The parking area was empty, except for a single beat-up pickup truck that looked like it had been there a while. Jake ran the plates while I checked the trail register. No new entries since we'd closed the trail to the public following the disappearances. "Truck belongs to a local," Jake said, pocketing his phone. "Probably just parked here to go fishing at one of the smaller lakes. Nothing to worry about." The first few miles of trail were uneventful. The morning sun filtered through the pines, and apart from the occasional squirrel or bird, the forest was quiet. Too quiet, actually. I remember mentioning to Jake that there should have been more wildlife sounds this time of year. "Animals know things we don't," he said, not elaborating further. I didn't push it. Jake had grown up near these woods and had picked up some of the local beliefs about the forest. I always thought it was just superstition. Around noon, we reached the fork where the Whispering Pines Trail branches toward Spirit Lake. That's where we found the first odd thing, a small cairn of rocks that hadn't been there during our last patrol. It wasn't unusual for hikers to build these, but the trail had been closed for weeks. Jake knelt down to examine it. "This is fresh," he said, pointing to the lack of moss or dust on the rocks. "Someone's been through here recently." We decided to follow the direction the cairn pointed, away from the main trail and deeper into the forest. About a quarter-mile off trail, we encountered an elderly Native American man sitting on a fallen log. He wore modern clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt, but there was something ancient about his face, like it had been carved from the surrounding mountains. "You shouldn't be here," I said, approaching him. "This area is closed to the public." The old man didn't seem surprised to see us. "I should be telling you the same thing," he replied, his voice rough like tree bark. "This place is dangerous now." Jake stepped forward. "Sir, do you know anything about the missing hikers?" The old man's eyes narrowed. "They woke something up. The mining company, when they broke into the old shaft last year, they uncovered something that should have stayed buried." I exchanged a glance with Jake. The abandoned mine had been sealed decades ago after a collapse killed several workers. Some energy company had reopened part of it last summer for geological surveys, but as far as I knew, they'd finished their work and resealed it. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Wendigo," the old man said simply, as if that explained everything. "The hunger spirit. My people have stories about it going back generations. It was trapped in that mountain until they broke the seals." Jake shifted uncomfortably beside me. I could tell he was taking this more seriously than I was. "Look, sir," I said, trying to be respectful. "We need to get you back to the trailhead. It's not safe out here." The old man stood up with surprising agility. "No, it's not safe, but not for the reasons you think." He pointed deeper into the forest. "If you continue this way, you'll find your answers. But be prepared for what you'll see." He started walking away, back toward the main trail. "Wait," Jake called after him. "What's your name?" The old man paused, but didn't turn around. "Joseph Blackfeather. My family has watched these woods for generations." Then he disappeared among the trees with a speed that seemed impossible for someone his age. I wanted to follow him, make sure he got back safely, but Jake grabbed my arm. "Morgan, I think we should check out what he was talking about," he said. "The mine shaft is only about 2 miles from here." "You don't actually believe that Wendigo stuff, do you?" I asked. Jake shrugged. "I don't know what I believe, but something took those hikers, and that mine shaft wasn't on our search grid before." I reluctantly agreed, and we continued in the direction the old man had indicated. The forest grew denser, the trees taller and older. I noticed that the wildlife sounds had completely disappeared now. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of our boots on the forest floor and our breathing. About a mile in, we found a backpack hanging from a tree branch, about 7 feet off the ground. It looked relatively new, with a small tear in one side. Jake used his knife to cut it down, and we went through the contents: water bottle, granola bars, map, first aid kit, and a wallet containing the ID of Terry Mitchell, one of the missing hikers. "How the hell did this get up there?" I asked, looking up at the smooth trunk of the pine tree. There were no low branches that would have made it easy to climb. Jake didn't answer. He was staring at the ground about 20 feet ahead of us. I followed his gaze and saw what had caught his attention: a set of footprints in a patch of soft earth. They weren't human, at least not entirely. They were elongated, almost twice the length of a normal foot, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. The stride length between prints was enormous, at least 8 feet. "Bear?" I suggested, though I knew that wasn't right. The shape was all wrong. Jake shook his head. "I've never seen anything like this." He took out his phone and snapped several pictures. We followed the tracks for another half-mile until they disappeared onto rocky ground. By then, we could see the entrance to the abandoned mine shaft ahead of us, a dark hole in the side of the mountain, partially covered by weathered boards. The warning signs were still in place, but someone had clearly removed some of the boards to get inside. We stood at the entrance, shining our flashlights into the darkness. Cold air flowed out of the opening, carrying a smell that made my stomach turn, like rotting meat and something else I couldn't identify. "We should call this in," I said, reaching for my radio. Jake nodded, but when I tried to use the radio, all I got was static. My cell phone showed no signal either. We'd have to go back to get help, but it was already mid-afternoon. Darkness would fall before we could return with backup. "Let's just take a quick look," Jake suggested. "We don't have to go far in. If we find something, we'll mark it and come back tomorrow with a proper team." It was against protocol, but the thought of waiting another day when someone might be alive in there, I agreed. We checked our flashlights and guns, then ducked under the remaining boards and entered the mine. The tunnel was surprisingly intact, with old support beams still holding up the ceiling. The floor was wet in places, and the air had that sharp metallic smell mines often have, mixed with that awful rotting odor. We walked slowly, keeping our lights aimed ahead. The main tunnel extended about 50 yards before branching off in 3 directions. The left and right passages looked partially collapsed, but the center one was clear. "This way," Jake whispered, pointing to scuff marks in the dust of the center passage. We hadn't gone more than 20 yards down this new tunnel when Jake stopped suddenly. "Listen," he said. At first, I heard nothing. Then I caught it, a faint whimpering sound coming from somewhere up ahead. It sounded human. We moved faster now, following the sound until we reached a larger chamber that must have been some kind of hub for the mining operation. Old equipment lay rusted and abandoned, and several more tunnels led off in different directions. The whimpering was louder here, coming from behind a pile of rock and timber in one corner. We approached cautiously, guns drawn now, though I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find. When we shined our lights behind the debris, I nearly vomited. A woman lay there, her clothes torn and bloody. It was Lisa Chen, a hiker reported missing 3 days ago. Her right leg was clearly broken, the bone protruding through the skin, and her face was covered in scratches and bruises. "Oh my God," I breathed, holstering my weapon and kneeling beside her. "Lisa, can you hear me?" Her eyes fluttered open, filled with terror. "It's still here," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It comes back at night." Jake was already pulling out the first aid kit. "What comes back, Lisa? What did this to you?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Not what? Who? Mike. It was Mike at first. Then it changed." Mike Barrett had been the first disappearance almost 2 months ago. If he'd somehow survived out here and attacked Lisa, he must have been severely deranged from exposure or injury. I started treating her wounds while Jake searched the chamber more thoroughly. That's when we saw the rest of it, the piles of bones half hidden in the shadows, human bones, dozens of them, stripped clean of flesh. Some still had scraps of clothing attached. "Morgan," Jake called, his voice tight. "We need to get out of here now." I looked up and saw him pointing his flashlight at the far wall of the chamber. There, scratched deep into the rock, were bizarre symbols I didn't recognize, surrounding a crude drawing of a tall, emaciated figure with antlers. "Can we move her?" Jake asked, coming back to where I was treating Lisa. I checked her injuries again. The leg was bad, but with a makeshift splint and both of us carrying her, we might make it out. "We have to try," I said. We worked quickly, splinting Lisa's leg and fashioning a stretcher from our jackets and some sturdy branches we found among the debris. She barely made a sound during the whole process, just kept whispering, "It comes back at night." The sun would be setting soon. We needed to hurry. We had just gotten Lisa secured on the stretcher when we heard it, a sound like branches breaking, coming from one of the other tunnels. Then another sound, a wet, raspy breathing that raised the hair on the back of my neck. "We need to move," Jake whispered, picking up his end of the stretcher. We started back the way we'd come, moving as quickly as we could while carrying Lisa. The breathing sound grew louder, followed by something that might have been footsteps, but too irregular, too heavy. We were about halfway back to the main tunnel when Lisa suddenly screamed. I nearly dropped the stretcher as I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness behind us. For a split second, I saw it, a tall, impossibly thin figure standing at the junction where we'd just been. Its skin was a sickly gray-green color, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. The head was elongated, with massive antlers sprouting from the skull, and its mouth. God! Its mouth was filled with needle-like teeth, too many to count. Then it moved, faster than anything that size should be able to move, and my flashlight beam lost it. "Run!" Jake shouted, and we did, half carrying, half dragging the stretcher between us. We reached the main tunnel and could see daylight ahead when something slammed into me from behind, sending me sprawling. The stretcher dropped, and Lisa screamed again. I rolled over, fumbling for my gun, and saw the creature looming over Jake, who was trying to shield Lisa with his body. I fired twice, the shots deafeningly loud in the confined space. The bullets hit the thing in the torso, but it barely seemed to notice. It grabbed Jake by the shoulders and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. What happened next? I can't even write it without my hands shaking. The creature's jaw unhinged like a snake's, opening impossibly wide, and it bit down on Jake's head. There was a horrible cracking sound, and Jake stopped struggling. I fired again and again until my gun was empty. The creature dropped Jake's body and turned toward me, blood dripping from its teeth. I was certain I was about to die. Then a bright light flooded the tunnel from the entrance. The creature shrieked, a sound no human throat could make, and recoiled. I turned to see Joseph Blackfeather standing at the mine entrance, holding what looked like a burning torch in one hand and some kind of leather pouch in the other. He began chanting in a language I didn't understand, throwing handfuls of something from the pouch toward the creature. Wherever the powder landed on the monster's skin, it sizzled and burned like acid. The creature lunged toward Blackfeather, but stopped short, as if hitting an invisible barrier. The old man's chanting grew louder, and the creature's shrieks became more desperate. I crawled over to Lisa, who was conscious but in shock. I dragged her toward the entrance, past the still chanting Blackfeather, into the fading daylight outside. I looked back just in time to see the creature burst into flames, its body twisting and contorting as the fire consumed it. Blackfeather backed out of the mine, still chanting, his face set in grim determination. The flames inside grew brighter until there was a final inhuman scream, and then silence. I don't remember much after that. Blackfeather helped me get Lisa back to the trailhead. He had a satellite phone and called for emergency services. When the rescue team arrived, Blackfeather was gone. They found Jake's body in the mine, along with human remains that were later identified as the missing hikers. The official report blamed the deaths on a bear attack, with the unusual bite marks attributed to scavenging animals. No one mentioned the symbols on the wall or the inhuman footprints we'd found. Lisa survived. She's still in physical therapy for her leg, and like me, she's in counseling for PTSD. She doesn't talk about what happened in the mine, just says she was attacked by something in the dark, and Jake saved her. I've tried researching the Wendigo since then, learning what I can about the legends. The descriptions match what I saw: the emaciated body, the antlers, the insatiable hunger for human flesh. According to the stories, Wendigos are created when humans commit the taboo of cannibalism, usually during times of extreme famine. The spirit of greed and hunger possesses them, transforming them into monsters. I wonder if that's what happened to Mike Barrett. Did he get lost, run out of food, and turn to the unthinkable to survive? Did that somehow awaken or attract this ancient evil? I've been back to the trailhead once, hoping to find Joseph Blackfeather and get some answers. The ranger at the station said there was no one by that name living in the area. When I described him, the ranger looked uncomfortable and said the description matched Joseph Blackfeather Sr., a tribal elder who had died 20 years ago. I don't know what to make of any of this. I only know that something was in those woods, something not natural, and it killed 5 hikers and my friend Jake. Sometimes at night, I think I hear that wet, raspy breathing outside my window, and I wonder if it's really gone, or if it's just waiting, watching, hungry. The Forest Service has sealed up the mine again, with concrete this time. Whispering Pines Trail remains closed for environmental rehabilitation. I've requested a transfer to a park in Arizona, somewhere open with clear sight lines and no dark forests, somewhere very, very far from Blackwater. But even there, I don't think I'll ever fully escape what I saw. There are monsters in the dark, and for one terrible day, I walked among them. It was late September 2005. I'd been working as a search and rescue ranger at Olympic National Park for almost 8 years at that point. I loved my job. The forest was my second home. I knew those trails like the back of my hand, could identify every bird call, every animal track. At least I thought I did. The call came in around 6:30 a.m. A hiker named Emmett Harlan hadn't returned to his campsite the previous evening. His girlfriend had waited until dark, then hiked back to where they had cell service and called it in. Standard procedure, nothing I hadn't handled dozens of times before. Usually it was someone who'd gotten turned around on a trail, sometimes a twisted ankle that slowed them down. Occasionally something worse, but rarely. I remember gathering my gear, checking my radio, making sure my first aid kit was fully stocked. I wasn't concerned yet. September in the Olympics is beautiful, but can get cold at night. If Emmett had gotten lost, he might be suffering from mild hypothermia, dehydration, maybe some scrapes and bruises, but that was probably the worst of it. I met Emmett's girlfriend Melissa at the ranger station. She was clearly exhausted, eyes red from crying and lack of sleep. She'd stayed up all night waiting for him to return. She explained they'd planned to hike the Hurricane Ridge Trail, but Emmett had wanted to check out what he thought was a game trail branching off the main path. He'd told her to continue to their planned campsite and he'd catch up within a couple hours. He never showed. I noted the location on my map where she'd last seen him. It was in a less traveled section of the park, which immediately put me on edge. Those remote areas can be tricky to navigate, with ravines and deadfalls that don't show up on maps. I assured her we'd find him and headed out. The morning air was crisp, the kind that burns your lungs a little when you breathe deep. Dew still clung to the undergrowth as I made my way to the spot Melissa had described. I brought along Tucker, one of our search and rescue dogs, a German shepherd with a better nose than any human tracker. Tucker was excited as always, tail wagging as we set off. It took us about an hour to reach the point where Emmett had veered off the main trail. I noticed right away that what he'd followed wasn't a game trail at all. It was narrower, less defined. Animals create paths that make sense, that follow the easiest route through terrain. This just felt wrong somehow. It cut through dense brush where no animal would choose to go when easier routes existed. Still, I followed it, calling Emmett's name every few minutes. Tucker was behaving strangely too. Usually he'd be pulling ahead, eager to track. That morning he stayed close to my heels, whining occasionally. I chalked it up to him, picking up on my own uneasiness. Around midday, I found Emmett's backpack. It was propped against a fallen log, like he'd set it down to rest. His water bottle was there, still half full, a granola bar wrapper tucked into a side pocket. Everything seemed normal except for 3 long tears down the back of the pack. They weren't the neat slices of a knife. These were jagged, like something had clawed through the fabric. My pulse quickened. We occasionally dealt with black bears and mountain lions in the park, but neither would typically approach a human unless provoked, and these tears, they were spaced too widely for either animal. That's when Tucker started growling, a low sound deep in his throat that I'd never heard from him before. The hair along his spine stood up, and he was staring intently into the trees to our left. I followed his gaze but saw nothing. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, reaching for my bear spray. Tucker wouldn't stop growling. I noticed the silence then. The woods had gone completely quiet. No bird song, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Anyone who spends time in forests knows that sudden silence usually means one thing: a predator is nearby. I was about to call in my location and findings when I spotted something that made my blood run cold. Just beyond Emmett's pack was a small splash of red on a fern. Blood, fresh enough that it hadn't fully dried. Training kicked in. I radioed my position and the discovery of blood and the damaged backpack. Dispatch said they'd send additional rangers to my location, but the nearest team was at least 2 hours away. I should have waited. Everything in the manual says to wait for backup when there's evidence of possible violence or predator activity. But Emmett had already been missing overnight, and if he was injured, those hours could mean the difference between finding him alive or not. So I made the decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I decided to continue tracking. The blood droplets formed a trail leading deeper into an area of the park I wasn't familiar with. Old-growth forest, trees so massive they blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground was spongy with decades of fallen needles and leaves. And there, pressed into the soft earth, were footprints unlike any I'd ever seen. They were elongated, almost twice the length of a human foot, but narrow. They had what looked like 5 toes, but they were too long, almost finger-like. The stride between prints was huge, easily 7 or 8 feet. Whatever made them was bipedal and big, much bigger than a human. Tucker refused to continue. He planted himself on the ground, whining pitifully. I'd never seen him refuse to track before. I tried coaxing him forward, but he wouldn't budge. Eventually, I tied him to a tree, leaving him with some water and Emmett's backpack so the backup team would find him. I promised I'd be back soon. Tucker watched me go with the saddest eyes I'd ever seen. As I followed the strange tracks and blood droplets, the forest changed. The trees seemed to grow more twisted. Their bark blackened in places like old burn scars. The air felt heavier, almost hard to breathe, and it was getting colder despite the afternoon sun, which barely penetrated the dense canopy. I found scraps of torn clothing snagged on branches, a piece of what looked like Emmett's flannel shirt. The blood drops became more frequent. I was getting close to something, and every instinct told me to turn back. But I kept thinking of Emmett out there, injured and alone. Then I found a complete boot print, Emmett's, based on the tread pattern Melissa had described. It was pressed deep into the mud, suggesting he'd been running. Running from what? I couldn't imagine. But the strange, elongated prints followed his, gaining on him. The silence in the forest was absolute now. No wind, no animals, not even insects. Just the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat pounding in my ears. I felt like I was being watched from all directions. I came to a small clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. The trees surrounding it were wrong. Their trunks were marked with symbols I'd never seen before. crude, angular shapes carved deep into the bark. Some of the markings looked decades or even centuries old, while others seemed fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. In the center of the clearing was a circle of mushrooms, not unusual in these forests, but these were a sickly white color I'd never encountered. They seemed to pulse slightly, though that might have been a trick of the filtered light. I stepped into the clearing, drawn almost against my will to examine the fungi closer. That's when I felt it, a presence behind me, watching. I spun around, my hand going to my sidearm. Nothing was there, but I could feel it. Something observing me, calculating. The feeling was so strong it made my skin crawl. I backed away from the mushroom circle and continued following the blood trail and strange footprints, which led out the other side of the clearing. The drops were larger now and more frequent. Either Emmett was bleeding heavily or... I don't know how to describe what happened next without sounding crazy. The shadows around me began to move wrong. They seemed to pool in places where they shouldn't, stretching toward me when there was nothing to cast them. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, certain something was just behind me, only to find nothing there when I turned. The trail led to a small ravine. As I carefully made my way down the steep slope, I heard it, a wet, slithering sound, like something large dragging itself through the underbrush. I froze, listening. It stopped too. When I moved again, it resumed, perfectly matching my pace. I reached the bottom of the ravine, where a small stream cut through the forest floor. The water ran clear except for one spot where it swirled pink with blood. Just upstream, caught on a rock, was a torn hiking boot, Emmett's. That's when the smell hit me. Anyone who's worked in search and rescue knows the smell of death. This was similar, but off somehow, like rotting meat mixed with something acidic and alien. I drew my sidearm, no longer caring about park regulations regarding discharging firearms. Something was very wrong here, and I wasn't taking any chances. The blood trail led to a small cave entrance partially hidden by fallen trees. The strange footprints led both in and out of the cave. I stood there, paralyzed with indecision. Everything in me screamed to go back, to wait for backup. But if Emmett was in there, possibly still alive. I switched on my flashlight and stepped into the cave. The smell grew stronger, making my eyes water. The cave wasn't deep, maybe 30 feet at most. My light beam swept the interior until it landed on a pile in the far corner. It was Emmett, or what was left of him. I won't describe the details. No one should have to picture that. I've seen bear attacks, mountain lion kills. This wasn't like those. This was methodical, precise, almost ritualistic. I must have made a sound, a gasp or cry, because that's when I heard it. A low clicking noise from somewhere in the shadows of the cave. My light beam darted around until it found the source. God help me, I still see it when I close my eyes. It was crouched in a corner I'd somehow missed, partially hidden behind a boulder, 7 feet tall at least, though it was hunched over. Humanoid, but wrong in every way. Its skin was a mottled gray-green, stretched tight over a frame that was too thin, too angular to be human. Its arms hung nearly to the ground, ending in hands with fingers twice as long as they should be, tipped with curved, yellowed claws. But its face, Jesus, its face. No lips, just a wide slash of a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. Its nose was just 2 slits in the center of its face, and its eyes, large, black, with no whites at all, like pools of oil that reflected my flashlight beam. It knew I was seeing it. It knew, and it smiled. That mouth stretched impossibly wide, showing more teeth than could possibly fit in a skull that size. I ran. I don't remember making the decision to run. I just was. scrambling out of the cave, slipping on the loose rocks, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Behind me, I heard it moving, fast, a scuttling sound like too many limbs hitting stone. I made it to the stream and risked a glance back. It was at the cave entrance, silhouetted against the darkness, standing upright now, even taller than I'd thought. It tilted its head, studying me with those black eyes. Then it stepped forward into the daylight. They always say humans can't comprehend how fast we can move when truly afraid. I've never run so hard in my life. Up the ravine, slipping and clawing at roots and rocks to pull myself higher. I could hear it behind me, moving through the brush with unnatural speed. I reached the top of the ravine and sprinted toward the clearing with the carved trees. My lungs burned, my legs were on fire, but pure terror kept me moving. The thing was gaining. I could hear its breathing now, a wet, rattling sound unlike anything I'd ever heard. I don't know what made me dive sideways when I did, some sixth sense maybe. But I threw myself into a hollow at the base of a massive cedar just as the creature lunged. I felt the rush of air as claws swiped where my back had been seconds before. The hollow was tight, barely big enough for me to squeeze into. I pressed myself as far back as I could go, bringing my knees to my chest. I still had my sidearm gripped in my shaking hand. The creature circled the tree, those long fingers reaching into the hollow but not quite able to grab me. It made that clicking sound again, then something like words, a hissing, slithering approximation of speech that my brain couldn't process. It tried to dig into the hollow, bark and wood splintering under its claws. I aimed my gun at the opening, knowing that if it got any closer, I'd have to shoot, though some part of me doubted bullets would stop this thing. Then, suddenly it stopped. Its head snapped up, listening to something I couldn't hear. With one last look at me, a look of what I can only describe as hungry promise, it loped off into the forest. I stayed in that hollow for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. When I finally crawled out, my limbs stiff and aching, the forest was still unnaturally silent. I began making my way back toward where I'd left Tucker, moving as quietly as possible, jumping at every sound. I was almost back to the mushroom clearing when I heard it, a human scream that cut off abruptly. Not Emmett's, someone else's. One of the backup rangers? Logic said to keep going, to get back to Tucker and then to safety. But if another ranger was out there, facing what I'd just seen, I changed direction, heading toward the sound, moving carefully now, stopping often to listen. I came to another small clearing and saw them, two park rangers, Lewis and Chen, both experienced men I'd worked with for years. They were examining something on the ground, probably Emmett's backpack and Tucker. Wait, that wasn't right. I'd left Tucker and the backpack in a different location. I was about to call out to them when something made me hesitate. The way they were standing was odd, too still, and Tucker wasn't barking or moving. I crept closer until I could see clearly. What I'd thought were Lewis and Chen were something else entirely. Two creatures like the one I'd seen, but wearing the ranger's clothes, their backs to me. On the ground between them was a body in a ranger uniform. Tucker was nowhere to be seen. One of the creatures reached down with those two long fingers and peeled something from the dead ranger's face, a flap of skin and features that it held up to examine. The other one made that clicking sound. I must have made a noise because both creatures turned simultaneously. Their faces, Jesus, their faces were halfway between their natural state and human features, as if they were trying to wear the rangers' faces as masks, but hadn't quite managed it. I fired without thinking. The bullet hit one in the chest, and it staggered back but didn't fall. Instead, it let out a high-pitched wail that made my ears ring. The other one charged. I fired again and again, backing away. The bullets seemed to hurt them, but not stop them. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no attempt at stealth now. Behind me, I could hear both creatures in pursuit, moving fast. I had no plan beyond escape. My radio was dead, had been since shortly after I'd found Emmett's backpack. I was alone with these things. I don't know how far I ran. Everything looked the same. Twisted trees, unnatural shadows. I was completely turned around, with no idea which direction would lead back to the main trails. I came to a small rock outcropping and wedged myself into a crevice, trying to slow my breathing, to think. The creatures had stopped making noise, which was somehow worse. They were still out there, hunting me silently now. As I sat there, trying to formulate a plan, my hand brushed against something carved into the stone beside me. I shined my flashlight on it. The same strange symbols I'd seen on the trees in the clearing. They looked old, the edges worn smooth by time. Beneath them was something newer, initials and dates carved by different hands over what seemed like decades. The oldest I could make out was from 1932. The newest was from 2001, and beside each set of initials was a tally mark. With sickening clarity, I realized what I was looking at. A record of encounters, of those who'd seen what I was seeing now. Some had multiple tally marks beside their initials. Survivors, maybe? Others had their initials crossed out. One set of initials sent a chill through me. R.T., my father, a former ranger who disappeared in these woods when I was 17. The official report said he'd fallen into a ravine during a storm. His body was never recovered. A sound snapped me back to the present, a soft scraping like claws on stone, coming from above me. I looked up just as one of the creatures peered over the edge of the outcropping, those black eyes fixed on me. It made that terrible clicking sound again. I didn't think. I just reacted. As it reached down, I grabbed its wrist and pulled with all my strength, using its momentum against it. The creature tumbled down, momentarily disoriented. I drove my hunting knife into its throat. Black, viscous fluid spurted from the wound. The creature thrashed, those long fingers clawing at me, ripping through my jacket and into the flesh of my arm. The pain was electric, but I held on, twisting the knife deeper. The creature went still, dead, or at least I hope so. I didn't wait to find out for sure. I pulled my knife free and ran again, clutching my bleeding arm. The wound burned like it was infected already, the skin around it turning an ugly purple. I don't remember much of what happened next. The forest seemed to shift around me, paths appearing and disappearing. I was feverish from the wound, my vision blurring. At some point I fell, tumbling down a slope. When I came to, I was lying next to a familiar trail, one of the main hiking paths. Somehow I'd made it back to the regular part of the park. In the distance, I could hear voices calling my name, the backup team searching for me now. I tried to call out, but my voice was gone. All I could manage was a hoarse whisper. I dragged myself to my feet and stumbled toward the voices. They found me collapsed on the trail. According to them, I'd been missing for nearly 30 hours, though it had felt like only 5 or 6 to me. My arm was badly infected, the wound unlike anything the medics had seen before. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital fighting that infection. Tucker was never found. Neither were Lewis or Chen. 3 other hikers went missing in the same area that week. Search teams found nothing. When I was well enough, I went to the chief ranger with my story. I expected disbelief, maybe even a psychological evaluation. Instead, he listened silently, then pulled out an old map of the park. In a remote section, someone had drawn a small symbol, The same symbols I'd seen carved into the trees and rocks. "We don't go there," was all he said. "Not since the 1930s. Whatever's out there, it's been there a long time." I quit the ranger service after that. Couldn't face going back into those woods. But I keep tabs on the missing persons reports for Olympic National Park. There's a pattern to them. Clusters of disappearances every few years, always in the same general area. Sometimes I think about going back, about finding others who've seen what I've seen, those whose initials are carved on that rock with tally marks beside them, about finding answers, or at least confirmation that I'm not crazy. But then I remember those black eyes, that clicking sound, the way it smiled at me in the cave. And I know that whatever lives in those woods has been there for centuries. It will still be there long after I'm gone. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. My arm never fully healed. The scars are still there, and sometimes they throb when storms are coming. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is knowing they're out there, wearing the faces of people they've killed, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear that clicking sound outside my window. I've been a park ranger for the better part of a decade, and I've seen plenty of wildlife. Bears, cougars, even the occasional wolverine. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened in September 2003. I still struggle to talk about it, even now. I figured putting this down in writing might help me process it, and maybe serve as a warning to others, though who would believe me? I'm Peter Riker, Senior Ranger at Columbia River Gorge, 7 years on the job, and I thought I'd seen everything these woods had to offer. I was wrong. It started with missing hikers, not just the usual unprepared tourists who wander off trail. These were experienced outdoorsmen, people who knew what they were doing. 5 disappearances in 3 weeks. No bodies, no evidence, nothing. Just empty campsites with gear still in place, food half-eaten, like they'd just vanished mid-bite. My supervisor chalked it up to mountain lions or bears. But something didn't add up. Predators leave evidence. Blood, drag marks, something. Here, there was nothing. September 18th was when everything changed. The morning was unusually quiet. Normally, even on weekdays, we'd have a decent number of hikers on the popular trails, but the recent disappearances had scared people off. The mist was thick that morning, hanging between the trees like something alive. The air felt heavy, damp, pressing against my skin. I decided to check out some of the more remote areas where the hikers had gone missing. My radio crackled with static as I pushed deeper into the forest than I usually ventured. The trails here were overgrown, barely visible in places. 7 years working these woods, and parts still felt unknown to me. About 4 hours in, I reached the area where the 3rd hiker had disappeared. I found his campsite a week earlier, coffee still warm in the pot, sleeping bag unzipped like he'd just gotten up. His backpack was there, wallet inside, no signs of struggle, just gone. The forest was dead silent, no birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of condensation from the trees. I've been in these woods enough to know that silence like that means something's wrong, really wrong. I kept walking, following what looked like game trails, searching for any sign of the missing hikers. The mist was getting thicker, visibility down to maybe 20 feet. That's when I smelled it. The unmistakable copper smell of fresh blood mixed with something else, something rotten, like meat left too long in the sun. I followed the smell to a small clearing. What I saw there still keeps me up at night. It was hunched over a deer carcass. At first I thought it was a bear, The size was about right. But bears don't have skin like that. This thing, its skin was pale, almost translucent. I could see dark veins running underneath. Patches of wiry, matted fur sprouted randomly across its body. Its limbs were all wrong, too long, joints bending in ways they shouldn't. It was tearing into the deer with long, black-nailed fingers. Not claws, fingers. Too many fingers. The sound of it feeding was wet, obscene. I must have made some noise, stepped on a twig, gasped something, because it stopped. It turned its head toward me, and I saw its face. God, that face. It had no real features, just indentations where eyes should be. A lipless gash for a mouth, stretched too wide across its face, filled with needle-like teeth. No nose, just two slits. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it stood. It unfolded itself upward, rising to at least 7 feet tall. Its arms hung past its knees, fingers nearly touching the ground. It opened its mouth, wider than should be possible, and made a sound, not a roar or growl, but a high, keening wail that seemed to bypass my ears and drill straight into my brain. I ran. 20 years in these forests, and I've never run like that. Pure, blind panic. Branches whipped my face. I tripped over roots, scrambled up, kept going. The thing was behind me. I could hear it. Not crashing through the underbrush like you'd expect from something that size. It moved almost silently, just the occasional snap of a branch and that awful wet breathing. It was fast, so much faster than something that size should be. I could feel it getting closer. The air behind me felt colder, like it was sucking the warmth out as it moved. I don't know how far I ran. My lungs were burning, legs turning to rubber. I knew I couldn't outrun it much longer. That's when I spotted a gap between 2 massive boulders, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. I dove for it, scraping my sides raw as I wedged myself into the crevice. The thing reached the rock seconds after me. I could see its fingers, too long, too thin, scrabbling at the entrance to my hiding spot. Those black nails scraped against the stone, leaving deep scratches. It couldn't fit its massive body through the gap, but its arm extended impossibly far, fingers just inches from my face. That smell, like rotten meat and something chemical, almost like ammonia, filled the small space. I pressed myself as far back as I could, trying not to make a sound despite my heaving lungs. It stayed there for hours, occasionally trying to reach in, sometimes just waiting silently outside. The sun moved across the sky, shadows lengthening. I was trapped, afraid to even shift position for fear of making noise. My legs cramped, went numb. Still, I didn't move. Eventually, as the sun began to set, I heard it moving away, not leaving completely. I could hear it circling, moving through the trees around my hiding spot. Testing, waiting. Night fell, and I was still there, too terrified to leave my sanctuary. I spent the night in that crevice, shivering from cold and fear. Every sound in the darkness had me holding my breath, expecting those long fingers to reach for me again. When dawn finally came, I gathered my courage and peered out. The forest was quiet, normal quiet, with birds singing and small animals rustling in the underbrush. I squeezed out of my hiding place, muscles screaming in protest after being cramped all night. My radio was crushed, must have happened during my panicked flight. I had no way to call for help. The journey back to the ranger station was the longest of my life. Every shadow looked like that thing. Every rustle in the bushes had me freezing in place. I kept expecting to see it step out from behind a tree, mouth stretched in that impossible grin. When I finally reached the station, my colleagues thought I'd been attacked by a bear. I was covered in scratches from branches, my uniform torn. My hair, this is going to sound crazy, had patches of gray that weren't there the day before. I tried to tell them what I'd seen. They looked at me like I was insane. Heat stroke, they said. Dehydration. Stress from the missing hikers. They sent me home to rest. But I couldn't rest. That thing was out there, and I was certain it was responsible for the disappearances. I started researching. First, I checked our records of wildlife sightings in the area. Nothing like what I'd seen. Then I expanded my search. I interviewed locals, especially the older ones who'd lived near the gorge all their lives. Most just gave me strange looks, but a few, the really old-timers, would get a look in their eyes. They knew something but wouldn't say what. One elderly man, Native American, finally opened up after I described what I'd seen. He called it the Hungry One, a creature from his tribe's stories, an ancient thing that had lived in the gorge since before humans came, something that slept for decades, sometimes centuries, waking only to feed. According to him, his ancestors had performed rituals to keep it dormant, offerings left at certain places in the forest, symbols carved into specific trees. But those practices had been forgotten, the knowledge lost as younger generations moved away or lost interest in the old ways. I dove into historical records next. Newspaper archives showed clusters of disappearances going back to the 1800s. Every 30-40 years, people would vanish in the gorge. The pattern was always the same, experienced outdoorsmen disappearing without a trace. No bodies ever found. The more I researched, the more obsessed I became. My apartment walls became covered with maps, photos, historical accounts. I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of that face, those reaching fingers. My colleagues started avoiding me. My supervisor suggested I take a leave of absence, but I couldn't stop. People were in danger, and nobody believed me. 3 weeks after my encounter, another hiker went missing. I heard it on my scanner. Search parties organized, the usual procedure. But I knew they wouldn't find anything. I decided I had to go back, had to find proof, had to stop this thing before more people disappeared. I loaded my pack with supplies, extra water, food, first aid kit, flares. I brought my hunting knife. Not standard ranger equipment, but I felt safer with it. From the old man's stories, I'd copied down symbols said to repel the creature. I didn't know if they'd work, but I felt better having them. The forest seemed to close around me as I hiked in. The air was still, no wind, like the woods were holding their breath. I followed the same path as before, heading toward where I'd seen the creature. About 5 miles in, I found a campsite. Recent, couldn't have been more than a day old. A single tent, a small cooking stove, a paperback novel laid open, face down, a coffee mug half full, now cold, and blood. Not much, just spatters leading away from the camp, into the trees. I should have called it in, should have waited for backup. But I knew what took this person, and I knew they were already gone. I followed the blood trail. It was sporadic, drops here and there, like someone had been carried, bleeding slightly as they were moved. The trail led deeper into the woods, to areas I wasn't familiar with. The trees grew larger, older. The underbrush thinned out, making way for thick carpets of moss. The blood stopped at the mouth of a small ravine, a natural crack in the earth, maybe 15 feet deep, narrow enough that I could touch both walls with my outstretched arms. The air coming from it was cold and damp, carrying that same rotting smell I remembered. This was it, the thing's lair. I switched on my flashlight and entered the ravine. The walls were slick with moisture, covered in a film that looked almost like mucus. The ground sloped downward, taking me deeper underground. The ravine widened into a small cavern, ceiling low enough that I had to stoop. The smell was overpowering here. My light played across the cavern floor, revealing piles of remains, bones, mostly cleaned of flesh, some recent enough to still have scraps of clothing attached, backpacks, shoes, camping equipment, the belongings of the missing hikers, carelessly discarded, and fresh blood. A lot of it, pooled on the stone floor, still wet. I was cataloging the scene, trying to count how many victims might be represented when I heard it, that wet breathing sound, coming from deeper in the cave. My light caught movement, something shifting in the shadows at the back of the cavern. Then it stepped forward into the beam of my flashlight. It looked wrong, different from before, bigger somehow. Its skin stretched tight over an enlarged frame, like it had gorged itself. The patches of fur were slick with blood. Its mouth was stained red, black teeth gleaming. It saw me, recognized me. I swear I saw something like recognition in those eyeless indentations on its face. Like it remembered our encounter, like it had been waiting for me to return. It lunged. I don't remember deciding to fight. I just remember the knife in my hand, slashing out as the thing reached for me. The blade connected, sinking into that pallid flesh. The wound didn't bleed. Instead, a clear, viscous fluid leaked out, steaming when it hit the air. The creature shrieked, that same brain-piercing sound from before. It recoiled, clutching at the gash in what I guess was its chest. I took the opportunity to back toward the entrance, keeping the knife out in front of me. My back hit the wall of the ravine. I was halfway to the exit when it came at me again. This time I was ready. I had the symbols the old man had shown me, crude drawings I'd made on paper. I held them up, shouting the words he'd taught me, words in a language I didn't understand. I expected nothing to happen, expected to die in that cave, torn apart like the hikers before me. But the creature stopped. It cocked its head like a confused dog. Then it backed away, making a low, keening sound. I kept shouting the words, advancing now, holding the symbols out like a shield. The thing retreated further into the cavern, away from the symbols, away from the words that seemed to cause it pain. When I reached the mouth of the ravine, I ran like hell, not stopping until I reached the ranger station. This time I brought proof. Photos I'd taken of the cavern, the remains, evidence of at least a dozen victims. They had to believe me now. They didn't. The photos showed nothing but an empty cave. The blood, the bones, the equipment, all gone, like they'd never been there. Search parties found the ravine based on my directions, but it was just a shallow crack in the earth, not the deep cavern I'd described. They found no evidence of the creature or its victims. I was put on administrative leave, psychiatric evaluation, stress-induced hallucinations, they said, PTSD from an animal attack. But I know what I saw, what I fought, what's still out there. I've spent the years since then preparing. I never left the gorge, couldn't bear to leave people unprotected. I'm still a ranger, though they keep me on limited duties now. The eccentric old-timer with the gray hair who warns hikers to stay on marked trails. I've created a manuscript detailing everything I know about the creature, the symbols that repel it, the words that cause it pain. I've learned more from my research, how it hibernates for decades, how it chooses its hunting grounds, how to recognize the signs of its awakening. In a hidden glade deep in the forest, I performed a ritual the old man taught me before he died, a way to infuse warnings into the very trees themselves, to make the forest itself reject the creature's presence. I don't know if it worked. I don't know if anything I've done has made a difference, But there have been no more disappearances since that day in the cave. At least, not the kind that can be attributed to my creature. Sometimes, when I'm on patrol in the remote areas, I feel watched. I feel that cold air at my back, smell that rotting stench, but it never shows itself. Maybe it fears me now. Maybe it's just biding its time. I know it's still there, sleeping, waiting, and I know it will wake again someday, hungry as ever. I can only hope that when that day comes, someone will find my manuscript. Someone will remember the old ranger's crazy stories. Someone will know what to do. Because I won't be here forever. And neither will the symbols I've carved into the trees throughout the gorge. The words of power fade from my memory a little more each year. But the creature, it's patient. It has all the time in the world. I've been a search and rescue officer in the Cascade Range for almost 13 years now. The mountains become a part of you after that long. I know the trails, the weather patterns, the way the fog rolls in during certain seasons. I've seen people make stupid decisions, and I've pulled hikers out of situations they had no business surviving. But what happened last week, I still can't process it. I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. It started with a call about a missing hiker named Troy Melrose. Pretty standard stuff initially. Guy in his late 20s goes off trail despite warnings, doesn't return when expected. His girlfriend Annie was the one who reported him missing. She was staying at the Pinecrest Lodge, this rustic little place about 20 minutes from our station. When I arrived to take her statement, she was a complete wreck, red eyes, trembling hands, the works. I told him not to go, she kept saying. I begged him to stay on the marked trails. According to Annie, Troy had become obsessed with finding some old cabin that locals had mentioned at the bar the night before. Apparently, there was this hunting lodge from the 1920s that had been abandoned decades ago. Troy was big into urban exploration, always searching for forgotten places, and Annie said he wouldn't shut up about finding it. He said he'd be back before dark, she told me, clutching a tissue. He just wanted a few photos. I took all the relevant details, what Troy was wearing, red North Face jacket, black hiking pants, sturdy boots, what he had with him, day pack with water, energy bars, first aid kit, camera, and where exactly he was headed based on the vague directions he'd gotten from locals. The area she described was dense, rarely traveled, and notoriously easy to get turned around in. I didn't tell Annie that part. I called in the team, my usual crew plus a few extras given the terrain. Jason Heller, my second-in-command who I've worked with for 7 years, brought his German shepherd, Maverick. That dog has found more lost hikers than some of our human team members. We started at first light the next morning. The weather was perfect for a search, clear skies, mild temperatures. But something felt off from the beginning. The forest was too quiet. Anyone who spends time in the woods knows they're never silent. There's always birds, insects, something making noise. But as we pushed deeper into the search area, following what we believed was Troy's path, the normal woodland sounds faded out. You notice that? Jason asked around noon as we paused to check coordinates. Yeah. I didn't want to spook the newer team members by pointing it out, but the silence was making the hair on my arms stand up. Maverick seemed on edge too, his ears constantly perked, stopping to sniff the air more frequently than usual. Jason kept having to urge him forward. We split into 3 teams to cover more ground. Jason, Maverick, and I took the northern quadrant where the supposed cabin might be located. The undergrowth was thick, with fallen trees creating natural barriers we had to climb over or duck under. Our progress was slow, methodical. About 3 hours in, Maverick suddenly froze, his body rigid, nose pointing ahead. Then he let out this low growl I'd never heard from him before. "What is it, boy?" Jason knelt beside him, but Maverick wouldn't move, just kept growling at something we couldn't see. We pushed forward cautiously, and that's when we found the cabin. It was partially collapsed. The roof caved in on one side, windows long gone. Moss and vines had reclaimed most of the exterior, but it was definitely man-made. The door hung open at an angle, held by just one rusted hinge. "Think this is it?" Jason asked, though we both knew it had to be. "Troy?" I called out, not expecting an answer. "Troy Melrose?" Maverick was acting strange, circling the perimeter of the cabin but refusing to approach the door. I've seen that dog charge into burning buildings during wildfire evacuations without hesitation. His behavior was setting off all kinds of alarms in my head. I radioed our position to the other teams and told them we'd found the cabin. Then Jason and I approached the entrance, flashlights ready. The smell hit me first, this awful combination of rot and something metallic that caught in the back of my throat. Inside, what little furniture remained was smashed and scattered, but it was what was in the center of the main room that stopped us cold. A crude altar of some kind had been constructed from bones, not small animal bones, but what looked disturbingly like human remains. They'd been arranged in spiral patterns, with different-sized bones creating this hypnotic effect that drew your eye inward. At the center was a knife, its blade caked with what could only be dried blood. "What the fuck?" Jason whispered beside me. "I've seen some disturbing things in my years of SR work. Bodies in various states of decomposition, accident scenes that stick with you. But this was different. This was deliberate. Wrong." "We need to call this in," I said, already backing toward the door. "Get the sheriff out here." That's when we heard Maverick barking outside. Not his usual alert bark, but something frantic, frightened. Jason rushed out, and I followed right behind him. Maverick was standing at the edge of a small clearing about 50 yards from the cabin, his hackles raised, still barking. When we reached him, I saw what had triggered his reaction. It was Troy's backpack, torn open, contents scattered, and a few feet away, partially concealed by fallen leaves, was what remained of Troy himself. The body was wrong. I've seen plenty of remains in the wilderness. Animals scavenge, that's nature. But this wasn't like that. The flesh had been removed with precision, bones picked clean but left intact, arranged in a position that mimicked how a person might sit against a tree. His skull was turned slightly, as if watching the cabin. The jaw had been removed and placed in his lap. I've never thrown up at a scene before that day. Jason was on the radio immediately, calling for backup and the medical examiner. I secured the perimeter as best I could, trying not to look directly at what was left of Troy. Something had done this, something methodical, something that wasn't a typical predator. The rest of our team arrived about 20 minutes later. Everyone had the same reaction, stunned silence followed by focused professionalism that I knew was masking horror. We documented everything, took photos, collected what evidence we could without disturbing the scene too much. The sun was starting to set when we heard it, a low rumbling sound that wasn't quite a growl, more like a purr but impossibly deep, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. Maverick went rigid, then started whimpering, pressing against Jason's legs. "Everyone," I said quietly, "back to the clearing, now." We moved as a unit, 6 of us plus Maverick, backing toward the open space near the cabin where we'd have better visibility. The sound followed us, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Then Martinez, one of our newer officers, pointed toward a dense thicket of trees. "There," he whispered. At first, I couldn't see anything. Then the shadows moved, separated from the darkness of the forest. What stepped into the dim light wasn't something that should exist. It walked on all fours, but stood taller than a man, with a body that resembled a wolf, but was wrong in proportion. Legs too long, shoulders too broad. Its fur was matted with what looked like mud, but was probably blood. Its face, though. God, its face? The snout was pushed in like something had smashed it, revealing rows of teeth that curved inward like hooks. The eyes reflected our flashlights as solid red, no pupil or iris visible. "Don't move," I breathed, though every instinct screamed to run. Martinez panicked. He raised his service weapon and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. The creature didn't even flinch as the bullets hit it. It just tilted its head, those red eyes fixed on Martinez now. It moved so fast. One moment it was at the edge of the trees. The next it was on Martinez. His scream cut off in a wet gurgle as the thing's jaws closed around his throat. Reynolds tried to help, firing her weapon as she ran toward them. But the creature swiped at her with one massive paw, catching her across the chest. The force threw her 20 feet into a tree trunk. I heard the crack of her spine from where I stood. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Jason's arm. "Now!" We ran. Phillips and Chen went east, while Jason, Maverick, and I sprinted south, back toward the main trail. I could hear the sounds of pursuit, branches breaking, that terrible purring growl getting closer. Maverick kept looking back, slowing down to stay between us and whatever was following. Jason was yelling at him to keep going, but that dog has always been more loyal than smart. We hit a small ravine and scrambled down, hoping to use the terrain to our advantage. The sound of rushing water told me we were near Black Rock Creek. If we could cross it, maybe we'd have a chance. We never made it to the creek. The creature crashed through the underbrush behind us, moving faster than anything that size should be able to. Maverick turned and lunged at it, teeth bared, giving us those precious few seconds to keep running. The yelp that followed will haunt me forever. Jason screamed his dog's name, started to turn back, but I grabbed him. "He's gone," I said, pulling him forward. "We can't help him now." Jason's face, Christ, I'll never forget the look in his eyes. Pure grief mixed with a rage I'd never seen before. But he kept running. We finally broke through to a maintenance road about a mile from where we'd started. My truck was parked another quarter-mile down. We ran the whole way, not daring to look back, expecting at any moment to feel teeth closing on our necks. Somehow we made it to the truck. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the doors. We threw ourselves inside and I cranked the engine, tires spinning on gravel as we tore out of there. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur. Jason didn't speak, just stared out the window, tears streaming down his face. I radioed ahead, trying to explain what had happened without sounding completely insane. I don't think I succeeded. When we arrived, the sheriff was already there with half the department. I gave them the coordinates, told them about Martinez and Reynolds, about Phillips and Chen, who might still be out there. I described the scene at the cabin, the altar, Troy's remains. I did not tell them about the creature. Not exactly. I said we were attacked by something, maybe a bear, maybe a mountain lion, I wasn't sure. It was getting dark. Everything happened fast. I couldn't bring myself to describe what I'd actually seen. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. They organized a recovery team, more officers, better armed. Jason insisted on going back, despite his grief. I tried to talk him out of it, but the look in his eyes told me it would be pointless. "I'm getting Maverick," he said, checking his weapon. "And I'm killing whatever did this." I couldn't let him go alone. I just couldn't. So I geared up too, grabbed every piece of equipment I thought might help, flares, extra ammunition, my hunting knife. The second expedition was larger, 15 people, including sheriff's deputies with assault rifles. We reached the cabin area just as dawn was breaking. The scene was exactly as we'd left it. Troy's remains, the disturbed altar inside the cabin. But Martinez and Reynolds were gone. No bodies, no blood, nothing to indicate they'd ever been there except for Martinez's dropped flashlight. We searched for hours. Found nothing. No sign of Phillips or Chen either. It was like they'd vanished. Then Jason spotted blood on a fallen log, fresh blood. He called me over and we followed the trail deeper into the forest, away from the rest of the group. "Jason," I warned, "we need to stay with the others." He ignored me, moving faster, following drops of blood that led us to a small cave entrance partially hidden by undergrowth. The smell coming from inside was familiar now, that same rot and metal odor from the cabin. "Maverick?" Jason called softly, stepping toward the entrance. I grabbed his arm. "Don't." Too late. Something moved in the darkness, and then that massive form filled the cave opening. Those red eyes fixed on us, teeth bared in what almost looked like a smile. Jason didn't hesitate. He opened fire, emptying his magazine into the creature's chest. It staggered back slightly, actually showing signs of pain this time. Maybe our earlier shots had weakened it, or maybe the daylight made a difference. I fired too, aiming for its head, its eyes. The bullets hit but didn't seem to penetrate deeply, like they were being stopped by something denser than bone. The creature charged. Jason tried to reload, but it was on him before he could, massive jaws closing around his shoulder, lifting him off the ground. I heard his scream, saw his blood spraying. Something snapped in me. I dropped my empty gun and pulled my hunting knife. Without thinking, I launched myself onto the creature's back, stabbing downward with all my strength. The knife sank in between its shoulder blades, and it released Jason, thrashing to dislodge me. I held on, stabbing again and again, hot blood pouring over my hands, making the knife handle slippery. The creature bucked and rolled, trying to throw me off. I lost the knife at some point, but kept punching, clawing, anything to keep its attention on me and not Jason, who lay motionless on the ground. It finally threw me off, and I slammed into a tree, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. As I struggled to breathe, the creature loomed over me, those red eyes inches from my face, hot breath reeking of death washing over me. I had nothing left, no weapons, no strength. I was going to die. Then I saw my knife on the ground just within reach. In one desperate move, I grabbed it and thrust upward as the creature lunged, driving the blade deep under its jaw into what I hoped was its brain. The sound it made wasn't animal. It wasn't human either. Something between a scream and that awful purr, rising in pitch until it hurt my ears. The creature thrashed, blood pouring from its mouth, from its eyes. It stumbled backward, fell, body convulsing. I crawled to Jason, found him alive but barely. His shoulder was mangled, bone visible through torn flesh. I ripped off my shirt, pressed it against the wound, screaming into my radio for help. The rest is fragments, the medical evacuation, the hospital. Jason survived but lost the use of his arm. The official report says we were attacked by a bear, unusually aggressive, possibly rabid. They never found the bodies of Martinez, Reynolds, Phillips, or Chen. They never found the creature either, though I watched it die. The cabin has been demolished, the area declared hazardous and closed to hikers. Troy's death was attributed to a predator attack. His remains too damaged to determine exactly what kind. I haven't been back to the forest since then. I've requested a transfer to desk duty. I can't sleep without seeing those red eyes, that bone altar, Troy's empty eye sockets staring at nothing. Sometimes I wonder if it was the only one of its kind, if there are more out there, watching from the trees, waiting. I wonder what it wanted, why it arranged those bones the way it did, what ancient thing it was worshipping or trying to contact. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. Try to convince myself it was just a bear, like the report says. A rabid, deformed bear that walked on two legs and arranged bones in spirals and survived multiple gunshots. I know better, though, and sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear that deep rumbling purr outside my window. I'm writing this down because I can't keep it inside anymore. If something happens to me after posting this, well, at least the truth will be out there. I was a geneticist for 15 years, good at my job, published in respectable journals. That's why they recruited me for what they called Project Arachnid at the Clear Ridge Research Facility up in the Rockies. The pay was incredible, and the project sounded fascinating, manipulating spider DNA for military applications. They talked about creating super-strong synthetic silk for body armor, medical applications, that sort of thing. Who wouldn't want to work on that? The facility was remote, built into the side of a mountain. Cell service was non-existent. Internet was strictly monitored. We lived on site in comfortable but isolated housing units. About 30 researchers, plus security and support staff. The main lab was underground, with multiple security checkpoints to get in or out. At the time, I thought the security was to keep industrial spies out. I was wrong. For the first few months, everything was exactly as advertised. We worked with various spider species, isolating the genes responsible for silk production, strength-to-weight ratios, adhesion properties. My team made real progress. I was proud of our work. Then came the pivot. Dr. Elaine Chen, the project director, called a meeting in early March. I remember the date clearly, March 4th, because it was the day everything changed. She unveiled Phase 2 of Project Arachnid, human applications. Not just creating spider silk materials, but splicing spider DNA directly into human genomes. We're going to transfer arachnid abilities into human test subjects, she said, as casually as if discussing lunch options. Enhanced strength, faster reflexes, possibly even silk production from modified sweat glands. Several researchers expressed concerns. I was one of them. The ethical implications were enormous. The possible side effects were unknown. But Chen shut us down. The ethical approvals have been granted at the highest levels, she said. This isn't a debate, people. It's happening with or without you. What she didn't say, but implied clearly enough, was that anyone who wanted out would face serious consequences. We'd all signed extensively restrictive NDAs. Walking away wasn't an option, so we stayed. I stayed. That's on me. The human trials began immediately. We had volunteers, though I doubt any of them fully understood what they were signing up for. Military personnel mostly, special forces types with hardened faces who didn't ask questions. We started with simple injections of modified genetic material using engineered viral vectors. For the first 3 months, we saw minimal results. Some increased muscle density, slightly improved reaction times, but nothing revolutionary. Then they brought in Augustus. That wasn't his real name, just his code designation. Mid-30s, physical peak condition, former Navy SEAL. Unlike the others, Augustus seemed genuinely enthusiastic about the procedures. When the first rounds of treatment didn't produce dramatic results, he volunteered for the experimental protocols. More aggressive viral vectors, higher concentrations. multiple injection sites. 6 months in, we had our breakthrough. Augustus's body began accepting and incorporating the spliced DNA sequences at unprecedented rates. His muscle density increased by 40%. His reflexes tested off the charts, and most remarkably, he began developing modified dermal glands under his fingertips that produced a sticky, protein-rich secretion, not quite spider silk, but definitely heading in that direction. Chen was ecstatic. Our military observers were practically salivating. I should have been excited too. But something felt wrong. Augustus was changing in other ways. His skin began to develop a strange texture. Not quite like an exoskeleton, but definitely harder, with a slight sheen to it. The whites of his eyes developed a yellowish tint. His pupils became different, slightly enlarged, with an unusual shape that wasn't quite round anymore. I raised my concerns to Chen. "It's just cosmetic," she dismissed. "The important thing is functional enhancement, which we're achieving beyond expectations." But it wasn't just physical. Augustus's behavior was changing too. He became irritable, then aggressive. He complained about the lights being too bright, about hearing conversations through walls. He'd sit completely motionless for hours, then move with startling speed. The security team started to get nervous around him. They added restraints to his examination table. Then they upgraded the door to his quarters from standard keycard access to a reinforced biometric system. I should have quit then. I should have found a way out. Instead, I kept running tests, collecting data, filing reports. I told myself I was just doing my job. The morning it all went to hell started like any other. I got up at 6:30, showered, ate breakfast in the facility cafeteria. I was scheduled to run some blood work on Augustus at 9:00. I remember checking my watch as I approached the lab level. 8:52, right on time. The first sign something was wrong was the absence of the usual guard at checkpoint 2. Then I noticed the smear of something dark on the wall. Blood. I should have turned back, called security, done anything except what I did, which was continue forward. The second checkpoint door was ajar. Through the gap, I could see a body on the floor, one of the security personnel, his throat torn open. Not cut, torn, as if by something with incredible strength and very sharp claws. Teeth? I couldn't tell. That's when the alarm finally sounded. Flashing red lights, that horrible klaxon wail. A voice over the PA system. "Security breach, level 4 containment. All personnel evacuate immediately. This is not a drill." Level 4 containment. That was Augustus's quarters. I turned to run, but froze at a wet, sliding sound from further down the corridor. Something was moving toward me. Something that moved in a way nothing human should move. I pressed myself against the wall, into the shadow of a storage alcove. Augustus came into view. Except it wasn't Augustus anymore, not really. He walked with a strange, jerky gait, his joints bending at impossible angles. His skin had hardened into something that resembled an exoskeleton more than human dermis. His fingers had elongated, the tips sharpened into what looked like natural weapons. But his face, God, his face was the worst. His jaw had distended, mouth too wide, teeth too sharp. His eyes were completely black now, bulging and faceted like an insect's. He moved past my hiding spot without seeing me, trailing one clawed hand along the wall, leaving gouges in the metal. I remained frozen, barely breathing, until he disappeared around the corner. Then I ran, not toward the exit, but toward the lab. I knew Travis would be there. Travis was always early, and he was my friend. I couldn't just leave him. The main lab doors were open. Inside, chaos reigned, equipment smashed, specimens released from their enclosures, and blood. So much blood. I found Travis huddled under a desk, clutching a fire extinguisher like a weapon. "Warren," he whispered, his voice shaking. "What the fuck is happening?" "Augustus got out," I said. "He's changed. We need to go, now." We made it to the emergency stairwell, climbing as fast as we could toward the surface levels. 2 flights up, we heard it. The same wet sliding sound from before, but beneath us now. Augustus was coming up the stairs. "Go!" Travis pushed me ahead. "Go! Go!" We burst through the door onto level 2, sprinting down the corridor toward the elevator bank. I hit the call button repeatedly, knowing it was futile with the evacuation protocols active, but desperate enough to try anyway. Travis was looking back the way we'd come. "Warren," he said, his voice suddenly calm. "The self-destruct. Every government black site like Clear Ridge has a self-destruct system. Not the kind you see in movies that blows everything to kingdom come, but a controlled demolition protocol designed to collapse the facility and bury everything inside if containment is ever irreversibly breached." The authorization terminal was in the security office on level 1, just above us. We never made it there together. Augustus exploded through the stairwell door, moving with impossible speed. Travis shoved me toward the next stairwell. "Go, do it!" He swung the fire extinguisher as Augustus closed in. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but I ran. The sounds behind me, Travis screaming, wet tearing sounds, inhuman chittering, will haunt me forever. Level 1 was eerily quiet. Most personnel had already evacuated. The security office door was open, monitors showing empty corridors, except for one feed that showed Augustus, moving jerkily away from Travis's body, heading toward the stairs, toward me. The self-destruct protocol required 2 authorization codes. I had one. All senior researchers did, though we weren't supposed to acknowledge it. The second, I found it on a laminated card taped under the security chief's keyboard. Sloppy, but lucky for me. I entered the codes with shaking hands, confirmed the 30-minute countdown. The system was designed to give everyone enough time to evacuate. I just hoped it would be enough time to get out before Augustus found me. I made it to the surface level, passing through empty checkpoints. The evacuation had been efficient. Government types are good at that, at least. Outside, personnel were being loaded onto helicopters and transport vehicles. I saw Chen boarding a chopper, clutching a hard drive to her chest, saving the data. Of course. A security officer grabbed my arm, directed me toward a waiting Humvee. "Move it, sir. We've got 4 minutes before detonation." The drive down the mountain was a blur. The Humvee's driver took the curves at suicidal speeds, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I kept looking back, half expecting to see Augustus climbing after us with those impossible spider-like movements. We reached the safe perimeter with less than a minute to spare. The explosion wasn't the Hollywood fireball I half expected. Just a series of muffled thumps, followed by the mountain visibly settling as the underground facility collapsed in on itself, burying everything, burying Augustus, or so I thought. The debriefing was immediate and intense. Men in identical dark suits separating us, individual interviews in makeshift tents. They made me sign new NDAs, these ones with explicit mentions of treason and capital punishment. They told us the official story: gas leak, unfortunate accident, project terminated. For years I believed it, or forced myself to believe it. I moved on, took a teaching position at a small university, tried to forget. The nightmares eventually became less frequent. Only occasionally would I wake up drenched in sweat, the image of Augustus's transformed face hovering in my mind. Then, 3 weeks ago, I received an email from an anonymous address. Just a set of coordinates and a time. I shouldn't have gone. Every instinct told me not to, but I had to know. The coordinates led to a diner off I-80 in Nebraska. A woman was waiting for me. Former Clear Ridge security, though I didn't recognize her. She slid a thumb drive across the table. Project Arachnid wasn't terminated, she said. They moved it, deeper underground, literally and figuratively. New subjects, new tests. They think they've solved the mental deterioration problem. I asked her why she was telling me this. She just said, because someone should know, and left. The thumb drive contained facility schematics, personnel files, and test subject data. New volunteers, though I doubt they're any more informed than Augustus was. New mutations, and photos of someone, in containment that looked too much like what Augustus had become. I can't live with this knowledge. I've sent copies of everything to 3 major news outlets and posted the complete files online. By the time you read this, it will be too late to stop the information from spreading. I'm leaving the country tonight. I don't know if it will help, but I have to try. They'll come for me, I know that. Maybe they already have Augustus 2.0 on my trail. Maybe that's what that sound outside my window has been for the past 2 nights, that wet sliding sound I still hear in my nightmares. If you're reading this, please share it. Make it impossible to bury again. Because the worst part isn't what happened at Clear Ridge. The worst part is that they're still doing it, and they're getting better at it. I never believed in the supernatural, not until Death Valley. I've spent 10 years building a career around debunking urban legends and paranormal claims. I've exposed fraudulent psychics, explained away ghost sightings, and turned supposedly haunted houses into nothing more than old buildings with bad wiring and settling foundations. My YouTube channel, Supernatural, I Think Not, has over 200,000 subscribers. My podcast gets decent numbers. I was making a good living as the guy who proves there's nothing to be afraid of. That was my life 3 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting in a motel room in Nevada, trying to make sense of what happened to me. My hands still shake when I think about it. I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see those burning eyes staring back at me. It started with a series of emails from viewers about something called Devil's Highway in Death Valley National Park. The story goes that there's a stretch of road that doesn't appear on maps, and if you drive it at dusk, you might find yourself at Furnace Flats, an abandoned mining settlement that supposedly vanished in the 1930s after a cave-in that locals whispered was actually something else entirely. Classic urban legend stuff, right? Disappearing roads, ghost towns, mysterious disasters. I figured it would make a great episode. Drive out there, show there's no mysterious road, maybe find the actual remains of the mining town, explain the real history, and demystify the whole thing. I rented an RV for the trip, loaded up with camera gear, supplies, and enough water for a week in the desert. Death Valley in late September isn't quite as brutal as summer, but it's still not a place you want to get stranded without resources. The first 3 days were exactly what I expected. I interviewed locals in the surrounding towns, visited the Park Visitor Center, and researched the actual history of mining in the area. There was indeed a settlement called Furnace Flats that operated from 1887 to 1929. Abandoned after declining ore quality made it unprofitable. No mysterious disasters, no supernatural events, just economics. My plan was to locate the actual site of Furnace Flats, document it properly, and create content explaining how the legend developed. The park ranger I spoke with marked a location on my map where the ruins should be. though she warned me that there wasn't much left to see. On the fourth day, I headed out to find the site. I'd plotted a course along established park roads that would get me reasonably close, and then I'd hike the rest of the way. The RV handled the desert roads fairly well, but around 4 p.m., as I was on a particularly remote stretch, it suddenly sputtered and died. I'm not a mechanic, but I know the basics. I checked the engine, made sure there was fuel, and tried restarting it multiple times. Nothing worked. I wasn't getting any cell service, and my satellite phone was giving me errors. Great. I figured I'd have to wait until morning when another visitor might drive by, or start hiking back toward the main road. As the sun began to set, the temperature dropped rapidly. The desert was turning that incredible gold-orange color it gets just before dusk. I was outside the RV, trying the satellite phone again, when I noticed movement in the distance. A figure was walking toward me along the road. At first, I was relieved. Help was coming. But as the person got closer, something felt off. It was a man, probably in his 60s, with a weathered face and a gray beard. He wore clothes that looked straight out of the early 1900s, canvas pants, a worn button-up shirt, suspenders, and an old-fashioned hat. Most strangely, he was carrying a lantern. Not a flashlight or a modern camp lantern, but an actual oil lantern with a flickering flame inside. "Vehicle trouble?" he called out as he approached. His voice had a strange quality to it, like it was coming from further away than he actually was. "Yeah," I answered. "It just died on me. Do you have a phone I could use?" He chuckled, as if I'd said something amusing. "No phone out here, son. Reception's no good anyway." He set his lantern down on a rock and looked at my RV. "Where you headed?" "I'm trying to find what's left of Furnace Flats," I told him. "The old mining settlement." The man stared at me for a long moment. I couldn't read his expression in the fading light. "Furnace Flats, eh? I know that place well. Used to work the mines there." I assumed he meant he'd worked for the Park Service or was a historian. "Really? That's perfect. I'm doing research on the place. Any chance you could point me in the right direction?" "Better than that," he said, picking up his lantern. "I can take you there. It's not far. We can walk it before full dark if we hurry." I hesitated. Following a stranger into the desert at dusk isn't exactly a smart move, but something about his confidence made me trust him. Plus, I had my backpack with water, my camera, and a decent knife. I locked the RV and followed him. "Name's Josiah," he said as we walked. He didn't offer a last name. "Alex Monroe," I replied. "I appreciate the help." "What brings you out looking for flats?" he asked, his lantern casting strange, dancing shadows across the desert floor. "I'm a journalist," I explained. "I specialize in investigating urban legends and supernatural claims. There are stories about Furnace Flats being a special place." Josiah nodded slowly. "Special. Yes, you could say that." We walked for about 20 minutes, moving away from the established road and following what seemed to be an old trail that I hadn't noticed on any map. The landscape began to change subtly. The rocks took on different shapes. The few plants looked wrong somehow. I told myself it was just the growing darkness playing tricks on my eyes. When we crested a small rise, I saw it, a collection of buildings nestled in a shallow valley. Furnace Flats. Even in the dimming light, I could make out several wooden structures, the metal framework of what must have been the main mine works, and a large opening in the hillside that had to be the mine entrance. "There she is," Josiah said, a note of pride in his voice. I was stunned. The ranger had told me there was barely anything left, just foundations and a few collapsed walls, but this looked like the town had been abandoned yesterday. The buildings were weathered, certainly, but still standing. Windows were intact in some of them. There was even what looked like mining equipment scattered around. "This can't be right," I muttered, more to myself than to Josiah. The settlement was supposed to be mostly gone. Josiah gave me a strange, sideways look. "Things out here, they don't always stay gone." He started down the slope. "Come on, I'll show you around before it gets too dark." I followed him into the ghost town, my journalist's instincts overriding my growing unease. This was an incredible find, a nearly intact mining settlement that somehow wasn't properly documented in the park records. I took out my camera and started taking photos as we walked. Josiah led me through the town, pointing out different buildings, the company store, the assay office, the foreman's quarters. He spoke about them in present tense sometimes, then would catch himself and switch to past tense. I barely noticed this at the time, too caught up in documenting everything. "And this," he said finally, gesturing to the yawning black mouth of the mine entrance, "this is where we found the real treasure of Furnace Flats." "Gold?" I asked, aiming my camera at the mine. "Something far more valuable," he said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Would you like to see?" Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to say no. The sun had set completely now. We were standing in an abandoned mining town that shouldn't exist, with a strange man I'd just met, and he wanted me to follow him into a dark mine shaft. Classic horror movie setup, right? But I wasn't thinking rationally anymore. There was a pull, a compulsion I couldn't explain. I needed to see what was inside. "Yes," I heard myself say. "I would." Josiah grinned, his teeth gleaming yellow in the lantern light. "Follow close. The path can be tricky." We entered the mine. The temperature dropped immediately, but not in the way you'd expect from an underground space. It was a different kind of cold, the kind that seeps into your bones. The walls of the tunnel were smooth in places, rough in others, with veins of something that caught the lantern light and reflected it back in colors that shouldn't exist. The tunnel bent and wound its way deeper. I tried keeping track of our turns, but soon lost all sense of direction. We must have walked for 10 minutes when the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. What I saw there still haunts me. In the center of the chamber was what I can only describe as an altar. Not like anything from a church. This was crude, primeval. A flat stone slab supported by smaller stones. On its surface were arranged bones. Not just any bones, they were arranged in patterns, spirals, and curves that made my eyes hurt to follow them. Some of the bones were clearly not human. Some were clearly not from any animal I recognized. Around the altar, the walls of the chamber were covered in paintings or carvings, symbols and pictographs that seemed to shift and move in the lantern light. I raised my camera, hands shaking, and took several photos. "What is this place?" I whispered. Josiah set his lantern down on the edge of the altar. "This is the heart of Furnace Flats, the reason we came here, the reason some of us never left." The way he said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I suddenly realized Josiah wasn't standing next to me anymore. I turned, and he was gone. The lantern remained, casting its light over the grotesque altar. "Josiah," I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. No answer. That's when I felt it, a presence in the darkness beyond the altar. Something watching me, something ancient and malevolent. The air grew heavier, harder to breathe. The cold intensified until my breath came out in white clouds. And then I saw them. 2 eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness, not reflecting the lantern light, generating their own light, burning from within. They were set too high up for a human. Whatever was watching me was tall, much taller than any person. I backed away slowly. The eyes followed me. Then it moved, a massive shape detaching itself from the shadows. I couldn't make out details, just a vague impression of something humanoid but wrong. Proportions distorted, limbs too long, head misshapen. I ran. I dropped my camera and ran back the way we'd come, or at least the way I thought we'd come. The tunnels seemed different now, narrower, twisting in ways I didn't remember. Behind me I heard movement, not footsteps, but a sliding, dragging sound, like something massive pulling itself along the stone floor. I don't know how I found my way out. Blind panic and luck, I guess. When I burst out of the mine entrance, the night air hit me like a physical force. The ghost town was bathed in moonlight now, giving everything a silvery, unreal quality. I didn't stop. I ran through the abandoned streets, past the silent buildings, up the slope and back the way Josiah had led me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized I was back at my RV. The strangest part? When I tried the engine, it started immediately. No hesitation, no problem, as if there had never been anything wrong with it. I drove out of there as fast as the RV would go on those desert roads. I didn't stop until I reached a small town called Pahrump on the Nevada side of Death Valley. I found a 24-hour diner and went inside, ordering coffee with shaking hands. The waitress, an older woman with kind eyes, must have seen something in my face. "You okay, hon? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed hysterically at that. I was at Death Valley, trying to find Furnace Flats. Her expression changed instantly. "Oh, honey, you shouldn't mess with that place. Some stories are better left alone." I should have listened to her. I should have driven straight home, forgotten everything I'd seen. But I couldn't. I'm a journalist. I document things. I find the truth. And some stupid, stubborn part of me still wanted to believe there was a rational explanation for everything I'd experienced. So after a few hours of rest, I went back. In daylight, I told myself, things would make sense. I'd find the real Furnace Flats, probably just a few stone foundations like the ranger had said. The rest had been exhaustion, dehydration, my mind playing tricks. I was wrong. I found the unmarked trail again. I found the shallow valley. And there it was, Furnace Flats, just as I'd seen it the night before. Not as vivid in daylight somehow. The buildings looked more weathered, more fragile, but they were undeniably there. I took out my backup camera. The one I'd dropped was gone, of course, and documented everything methodically. Every building, every artifact, the mine entrance. I didn't go back inside the mine. I'm not that stupid. But I photographed the entrance from a safe distance. When I got back to my motel room and transferred the photos to my laptop, I nearly broke down. Every single image was distorted, blurry. Some had strange light artifacts. Others had dark shadows where nothing had been. In a few, the buildings themselves seemed to be in different positions than I remembered photographing them. That night, I compiled everything I knew into a detailed report. I made 3 copies, one for my editor back home, one to be left with a lawyer in Las Vegas, and one to keep with me. The next morning, I mailed the first 2 copies. As I sat in my motel room that evening, trying to decide what to do next, I happened to glance out the window. There, in the parking lot, was a faint glow, a lantern. Josiah was standing there, looking up at my window. I should have locked the door, called the police, anything but what I did. But again, that strange compulsion took over. I went downstairs and out into the parking lot. "You ran," he said simply when I approached. What was that thing in the mine? I demanded. A guardian, a keeper of secrets. Josiah looked older somehow, his face more lined, his eyes more hollow. Death Valley is a threshold, Mr. Monroe, a place where the veil between worlds grows thin. Furnace Flats exists in an in-between space where realities intersect. That's impossible, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Is it? You're a man who seeks truth. You've seen things now that few ever witness. You can turn back, return to your life of debunking and denying, or you can learn more. But knowledge comes at a price. I should have walked away, but I didn't. Show me, I said. Josiah led me to my RV. Without questioning it, I got in and drove, following his directions. We traveled deep into the desert, far from any marked road. Eventually, we stopped at what looked like an ordinary section of barren land. But it wasn't ordinary. As we stepped out of the RV, the air felt different, charged somehow, and when I looked carefully, I could see it, a distortion in the air, like heat waves but more structured, forming the outlines of a city, a massive, impossible city that both was and wasn't there. The nexus, Josiah called it, where all realities converge. We walked toward it, and with each step, the city became more solid, more real. Buildings of impossible architecture, materials I couldn't identify, streets that twisted in ways that defied geometry, and at its center, a tower that seemed to reach up forever. Inside that tower was a doorway, a simple wooden door that looked completely out of place amid the alien surroundings. Josiah stopped before it. Beyond this threshold lies understanding and change. He looked at me gravely. Your old life ends here if you choose to continue. I should have been terrified, but I felt only a profound curiosity, a need to know. I opened the door and stepped through. What I experienced on the other side defies description. Visions of multiple worlds, universes layered upon universes, knowledge flowing into me like water. I saw the true nature of reality, not a single solid thing, but a tapestry of possibilities, constantly shifting and realigning. When I emerged, I was different. I understood my new role. I am a chronicler now, a keeper of secrets, a guardian of the threshold in my own way. I can never go back to debunking. I can never pretend the world is simple and explainable. I've seen behind the veil, and that knowledge has transformed me. I'm writing this account as a warning, I suppose, or maybe a confession. I don't know if anyone will believe it. I wouldn't have 3 weeks ago. Death Valley holds secrets. The Devil's Highway is real, and if you ever find yourself on a desert road at dusk and see a man with a lantern, think very carefully before you follow him, because some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. I never wanted to write this down. For 20 years, I've kept this bottled up, only telling pieces of it to my therapist, who probably thinks I had some kind of psychotic break. But after seeing that news article last week about another disappearance in the same area of the park, I can't stay quiet anymore. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe someone needs to. Back in 2003, I was working as a ranger at Yellowstone. I'd been there about 3 years by then. I grew up in New Jersey, in a town where you could barely see stars at night because of all the light pollution, the crowds, the noise, the constant feeling of being surrounded. It was suffocating. When I graduated college, I knew I needed space, real space, so I applied to the National Park Service. I loved being a ranger. Most of the time we dealt with tourists doing dumb stuff, feeding bears, wandering off trails, the usual. But there were these special rotations we'd take turns doing at remote cabins, basically just maintaining a presence in the far reaches of the park. 2 weeks at a time, just you and whatever supplies you brought. No cell service, just a radio to check in with headquarters once a day. That June, I got assigned to the Heart Lake cabin. It was one of the more isolated posts, about 15 miles from the nearest road. I packed up my gear, some books, enough food for 2 weeks, and hiked out there. The first 5 days were perfect. During the day, I'd patrol the area, check fishing permits for the handful of hardcore anglers who made it out that far, and maintain the trails. At night, I'd read by lantern light, listening to the sounds of the forest through the open windows. On the 6th night, something woke me up around midnight. I'm still not sure what it was, maybe a sound, maybe just that feeling of something being off. I sat up in my sleeping bag and checked my watch. It was strange because I've always been a heavy sleeper, especially after hiking all day. I got up, pulled on my boots and jacket, and grabbed my flashlight. Something felt wrong, but I figured it was probably just a bear or elk near the cabin. Part of my job was to check unusual disturbances, so I stepped outside. The night was pitch black, no moon, and the stars were hidden behind clouds. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but without the humidity. It was cold for June, maybe 40 degrees, and completely still. No cricket sounds, no rustling leaves, just dead silence. I swept my flashlight around the clearing where the cabin sat, but nothing seemed out of place. I was about to go back inside when I noticed something weird through the trees. A faint blue-white light flickering about half a mile away, down toward the lake shore. My first thought was illegal campers. We occasionally got people setting up in non-designated areas, and fires were strictly controlled. So I radioed in that I was investigating a possible unauthorized campfire, grabbed my pack with the basic ranger gear, and headed toward the light. The forest was unnaturally quiet as I picked my way through the trees. Normally you hear all kinds of small rustlings and animal sounds at night, but there was nothing, just the crunch of my own boots on the pine needles. The hair on my arms was standing up, but I kept telling myself it was just the cold. As I got closer to the light, I started to smell something wrong. At first I thought it was just a campfire, but it was different. An oily, acrid smoke mixed with something metallic, like blood but stronger. It reminded me of when I was a kid and cut my hand on a rusty fence. That coppery smell, but concentrated and mixed with something else I couldn't identify. When I was about 50 yards away, I turned off my flashlight. The blue-white light was bright enough to see by, and I wanted to assess the situation before making my presence known. I crouched behind a fallen log and looked into the small clearing ahead. What I saw there, God, I still see it when I close my eyes. It wasn't a campfire, at least not any normal kind. The flames burned an unnatural blue-white, casting weird shadows that seemed to move independently of the fire. The flames weren't consuming wood. They were burning on what looked like a pile of bones, human bones. I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. There were dozens of them scattered around the fire. Some still had bits of melted hiking boots attached. Others had charred scraps of clothing fused to them. A skull was positioned at what seemed to be the head of this horrific arrangement, its eye sockets reflecting the blue flames. This wasn't some accident or tragedy. Someone, something, had deliberately arranged human remains around this unnatural fire. I felt bile rising in my throat and swallowed hard. My hand shook as I reached for my radio. I needed backup. I needed to report this. But as I raised the radio to my mouth, the flames suddenly flickered and seemed to bend toward me, as if affected by a wind I couldn't feel. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. I felt it before I saw it, a presence behind me that made my skin crawl and the air feel 10 degrees colder. Slowly, I turned my head. Standing about 20 feet away, partially hidden behind a tree, was, I don't know what to call it, a creature? A monster? Those words seemed too simple for what I saw. It was tall, unnaturally tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet. Its body was skeletal, with limbs too long and joints that bent at wrong angles. Its skin was a papery pale color that almost glowed in the darkness, stretched tight over its frame like it didn't quite fit. But its face, Jesus, its face. The head was elongated, almost like a wolf's muzzle, but wrong, like someone who'd never seen a wolf tried to create one from description alone. The mouth was too wide, filled with jagged, uneven teeth that seemed to jut out at random angles. Its gums were black, stained with something dark that dripped onto the forest floor. And its eyes, just empty sockets with pinpricks of the same blue-white light from the fire. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It tilted its head, studying me with those burning pinpoint eyes. Then it opened its mouth wider than should be possible, and I swear to God it smiled. Something in me snapped. Pure animal instinct took over. I dropped my radio and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me. I could hear it behind me, not running but moving in a horrible, fluid way, like it was flowing through the forest rather than running. It made this sound, not quite a howl, not quite a scream, something in between that resonated in my chest and made it hard to breathe. I don't know how long I ran. Time became meaningless. My lungs burned and my legs screamed in pain, but I kept going. I fell multiple times, scraping my hands and knees, but scrambled back up immediately. Each time I glanced back, it was there, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always following, toying with me. Finally, I saw the clearing with my cabin. I sprinted the last 100 yards, fumbling with the keys with bloody hands. I could feel it getting closer, the air growing colder around me. I practically fell through the door and slammed it shut, locking it and jamming a chair under the handle. Inside, I grabbed the emergency radio, different from the one I'd dropped in the woods. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons. I managed to call for emergency assistance, gasping out that I'd found human remains and was in danger. The dispatcher kept asking me for details, but I couldn't form coherent sentences. All I could say was, "Send help, please send help." Then I heard it outside the cabin, not trying to get in, just circling, occasionally scratching at the walls or windows, testing. I huddled in the corner furthest from any openings, clutching my issued sidearm that I knew instinctively would be useless against whatever was out there. The worst part was when it spoke, not in words exactly, but in sounds that my brain somehow translated into meaning. It said my name. It knew my name. It told me it had been watching me since I arrived. It said others had come before me. It said I would join them. I covered my ears, but the voice seemed to bypass them entirely, forming directly in my mind. I screamed to drown it out. I fired a shot into the ceiling just to hear something human and mechanical. The voice just laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer terror and exhaustion. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the windows. The cabin was silent. I stayed in my corner until I heard the distant sound of a helicopter, the backup I'd called for. When 3 other rangers finally reached my cabin around 7 a.m., they found me still huddled in the corner, gun in hand. They said I was barely coherent, covered in cuts and bruises, with leaves and dirt matted in my hair. My uniform was torn in several places, and my hands were bloody from my falls. After they calmed me down, I led them to where I'd seen the fire and the bones. I was terrified of going back, but I needed them to see. I needed proof that I wasn't crazy. But when we reached the clearing, there was nothing there. No blue fire, no bones, no evidence of anything unusual. Just an ordinary patch of forest. The only things we found were my dropped radio and a series of strange marks in the soil, like something heavy had been dragged away. The marks led deeper into the forest, but disappeared after about 50 yards, as if whatever made them had suddenly lifted off the ground. The other rangers were professionals about it. They documented everything, took soil samples, searched the area. But I could see it in their eyes. They thought I'd hallucinated the whole thing. They kept exchanging these looks when they thought I wasn't watching. The official report concluded that I'd probably stumbled upon evidence of a bear attack, and, being alone in the wilderness for days, had let my imagination run wild. The drag marks were attributed to the bear moving its kill. My cuts and bruises were documented as injuries sustained while running in panic through a dark forest. I knew better. I knew what I saw. That thing wasn't a bear. Those remains weren't from a single recent kill. And that fire, no natural flame burns blue-white like that. I requested a transfer the next day. 2 weeks later, I was in Arizona, working at Saguaro National Park. I never set foot in Yellowstone again. Over the years, I've done research. I've looked into Wendigo legends, skinwalker stories, and other Native American folklore about forest entities. I've reached out to some of the older rangers who worked at Yellowstone for decades. Most didn't want to talk, but a few, usually after a few drinks, would admit there were places in the park they wouldn't go alone. They'd tell stories about hikers who disappeared without a trace, about strange lights seen in the night, about ancient tribal warnings regarding certain areas. One old-timer, a guy who'd been a ranger since the 70s, told me something that still chills me. He said there's a name for the area around Heart Lake in some of the local tribal languages. It translates roughly to the hungry place, or the place that eats. I don't know what hunts in the remote parts of Yellowstone. I don't know if it's something supernatural or just some horrific predator that science hasn't classified. All I know is that it's real, it's intelligent, and it's been feeding on people for a very long time. And now, after that news article about the hiker who disappeared near Heart Lake last week, I'm breaking my silence, because the official report says he veered off the trail to investigate what he described to his hiking buddy as a weird blue light in the distance. If you're planning a trip to Yellowstone, stick to the crowded tourist areas. Don't wander off alone. And if you're out at night and see a blue-white light through the trees, don't go toward it. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. And pray it doesn't decide to follow. Haven't slept properly in 3 weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those footsteps again, circling. The doctors say it's PTSD from heat exposure, but they don't know. They weren't there at Zaborrego. I wasn't planning on sharing this, but I need someone to know what happened to me out there. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I don't know. 2 months ago, my divorce from Melissa was finalized after 12 years of marriage. Everyone kept saying I needed to clear my head and get away from it all. My buddy Steve suggested camping, and it sounded perfect. No people, no reminders, just me and nature. I've always loved photography and hiking, so I figured a remote desert spot would be ideal. I just refurbished this old RV I bought cheap at an estate sale. Nothing fancy, but comfortable enough with a good AC unit, small kitchen, and a decent bed. I'd spent weeks fixing it up as a distraction from the divorce proceedings. When I researched places to take it, Zaborrego Desert State Park caught my eye. Not as crowded as the national parks, and the photos online showed these incredible rock formations and canyons that would make for amazing shots. I arrived at the ranger station around noon on a Tuesday. The thermometer outside read 102 degrees, and the air felt like it was baking my skin. The ranger, an older guy with leathery skin and a gray mustache, looked surprised when I told him I wanted to camp for a week. "Most folks don't come out here in July," he said, studying my paperwork. "Desert plays tricks in the summer heat. You experienced with desert camping?" I nodded, though truthfully, I wasn't. I'd done plenty of forest camping in my life, but never desert. Still, I didn't want a lecture. "Well, stick to the marked trails, carry twice the water you think you need, and check in with us every couple days on your radio." He handed me a map with a red circle. "This spot's nice, far enough out to feel alone, but not too remote if you need help." I thanked him and headed out. The road turned from asphalt to gravel, then to a rutted dirt track that had my RV bouncing and creaking. After about an hour, I reached the spot. A flat area surrounded by low hills with a few scraggly bushes, providing the only splashes of green against the endless tan and red landscape. I set up camp, put out my folding chair, and just sat there breathing in the silence. The quiet was so complete it felt physical, like a presence. No cars, no people, no planes overhead, just the occasional rustle of wind through the scrub. For the first time since Melissa told me she wanted out, I felt my shoulders relax. That first day was perfect. I hiked a short trail, took some photos of rock formations that looked like melting faces, and cooked a simple dinner as the sun set. The desert at sunset is something else. The rocks turned this deep reddish purple, and the sky looked like it was on fire. I sat outside with a beer, watching stars appear in a sky so clear it didn't seem real. I felt good, peaceful. I went to bed around 10, exhausted from the drive and hiking in the heat. The inside of the RV was cool from the AC, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The footsteps woke me at 2:17 a.m. I know the exact time because I checked my phone when I heard them. Slow, deliberate steps circling my RV. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a coyote or something. But these were distinctly human footsteps, the heel-toe rhythm unmistakable on the hard-packed sand. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The footsteps continued, circling clockwise. I grabbed my flashlight and peered through the blinds, but it was pitch black outside. When I flicked on the RV's exterior lights, the footsteps stopped immediately. Gathering my courage, I stepped outside with my flashlight and a baseball bat I'd brought along. Desert camping forums had warned about occasional thieves targeting isolated campers. The night was absolutely still. No footprints in the sand except my own from earlier that day. The silence felt wrong somehow, too complete, like the desert was holding its breath. I circled my RV twice, checking everywhere, but found nothing. As I stood there scanning the darkness beyond the reach of my light, a cold feeling crawled up my spine despite the warm night air. Someone had been there. I was sure of it. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat up for another hour, listening. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it must have been an animal, or maybe the RV settling on the uneven ground. I fell into an uneasy sleep around 4 a.m. The next morning, I almost canceled my plans to explore the slot canyon marked on my map. But in the harsh light of day, my midnight fears seemed silly. Heat and isolation playing tricks on my mind, just like the ranger warned. I loaded up my backpack with water bottles, my camera, some protein bars, and set off. The slot canyon was about 2 miles from my campsite, a narrow passage between towering rock walls that twisted and turned like a maze. The walls were smooth from centuries of flash floods carving through the stone, creating these beautiful flowing patterns. I took dozens of photos, working my way deeper into the canyon where the walls rose so high that only a thin strip of blue sky was visible above. That's when I saw it, a dead tree. It wasn't the tree itself that was strange, it was its location. How could a tree grow in this canyon with no soil and no water? It stood maybe 15 feet tall, bone white and twisted, with branches that reminded me of grasping fingers. Something about it made me uneasy, but it would make a great photo. This dead white tree against the red rock walls. I snapped a few pictures and continued deeper into the canyon. About 10 minutes later, I rounded a bend and stopped cold. There was the tree again. The exact same tree, with the same twisted branches, now standing in a spot I could swear had been empty when I passed it earlier. My skin prickled. I turned around, thinking I must have gotten turned around in the twisting canyon, but I knew I hadn't. I'd been walking in one direction the whole time. I approached the tree cautiously. Up close, its bark looked wrong. Not like wood, but almost like bone, with these small marks etched into it that might have been natural formations or might have been carvings. I didn't touch it. Something told me not to. I hurried past it, suddenly eager to reach the end of the canyon and get back to open space. When I glanced back over my shoulder, the tree was gone. I practically ran the rest of the way, emerging from the canyon into a small circular area surrounded by high rock walls, like a natural amphitheater. The relief I felt lasted only seconds, because there, in the center of the clearing, stood the white tree. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my water bottle. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Similar-looking trees, my mind playing tricks, maybe even someone moving it as a prank, though I hadn't seen another soul since arriving. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations made sense. I gave the tree a wide berth and found another way out of the clearing, a narrow path that led back toward my campsite. The whole way back I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that twisted white shape following me. When I finally reached my RV, I noticed something odd on the horizon. A tall rock formation I'd photographed the previous day seemed closer. I pulled out my camera and compared yesterday's shots with what I was seeing now. The formation definitely looked larger, more detailed, as if it had somehow shifted position overnight, moving closer to my campsite. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, different time of day casting different shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong at Zabarego. That night, I seriously considered packing up and leaving, but the thought of driving those rutted roads in the dark seemed more dangerous than staying put. I locked myself in the RV, pulled all the blinds, and tried to distract myself with a book. I must have dozed off around midnight. The footsteps woke me again, louder this time, more purposeful, circling, always circling. I lay frozen in bed, listening to the steady crunch of feet on sand. Then something new, a voice, faint at first, then louder. "JD, help me. JD." My blood turned to ice. Only my close friends called me JD instead of Jack. The voice was male, unfamiliar, but it spoke my name with a terrible intimacy. "JD, find me. Come find me." I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the bed and the wall. As I leaned down to retrieve it, something scraped against the side of the RV, not like a branch or an animal, but deliberate, like someone dragging their nails along the metal. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the middle of my bed with the baseball bat across my knees until dawn broke. When the first light filtered through the blinds, the footsteps and voice stopped abruptly. I waited another hour before venturing outside. What I found made my legs go weak. Surrounding my RV, etched into the sand, were symbols. Dozens of them. Circles within circles, spirals, arrows pointing in different directions, and strange angular markings I didn't recognize. They formed a complete ring around my vehicle with no brakes and no footprints indicating who had made them. The symbols looked freshly made, the edges sharp in the morning light. Some were simple, just circles or straight lines. Others were complex, with intricate patterns inside them that made my eyes hurt to look at too long. One symbol in particular drew my attention. A spiral with a line cutting through it, pointing directly at a distant hill I hadn't explored yet. I took photos of everything with shaking hands. Then I grabbed my radio to call the ranger station, but all I got was static. I tried different channels. Nothing but white noise and occasional bursts of what sounded like whispering too faint to make out. I should have left right then. God, why didn't I leave? But that voice from the night before kept echoing in my head. Come find me. And the arrow in the sand pointed so deliberately toward that hill. Maybe if I found whatever was out there, it would stop. Maybe I could understand what was happening to me. I packed a day bag with water, my camera, and the baseball bat. The hill was maybe a mile away, a gentle slope leading to a rocky outcropping at the top. The hike was easy, but every step felt wrong, like I was being pulled forward against my will. Near the top, nestled among the rocks, I found it, an old grave marker, so weathered I almost missed it. A simple stone with a name and date still faintly visible. Elias Thatcher, 1886. Around the grave were the same symbols I'd found by my RV that morning. But these looked old, the marks worn into the stone over decades. I stood there staring at the grave, my camera forgotten in my hand. The air felt suddenly colder despite the midday sun beating down. That's when I heard it, a scraping sound behind me, like something being dragged across stone. I turned slowly. Standing about 20 yards away was a figure, a man, or what had once been a man. He was impossibly thin, skin stretched tight over bones, wearing tattered clothes that might have been a prospector's outfit a century ago. His face was mostly shadow under a wide-brimmed hat, but I could see his eyes, dark holes that seemed to go on forever. "You came," he said, and I recognized the voice from the night before. "I knew you would, J.D. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe. I've been waiting a long time for someone who could see." He took a step toward me, moving stiffly, like his joints didn't work right. "The desert chose you, like it chose me." "Who are you?" I finally managed to ask, though it came out as barely a whisper. "You know who I am." He gestured toward the grave marker. "Elias Thatcher, at your service." He gave a mocking little bow. "That's not possible," I said. "That grave is from 1886. Time works different here." He took another step closer. "The desert takes what it wants, keeps what it loves. It loved me. Now it loves you." My legs finally remembered how to work, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling over the grave marker. "Stay away from me," Elias stopped. "You can't leave yet. Not until you understand. Not until you see what I've seen." He pointed a bony finger toward the horizon, where that rock formation stood, definitely closer now than it had been yesterday. "It's coming. It's always coming. And someone has to watch. Someone has to remember." I ran. I ran down that hill so fast I fell twice, scraping my hands and knees on rocks, but I didn't stop. I could feel him behind me, not running but somehow keeping pace, those scraping footsteps matching my frantic heartbeat. When I reached my RV, I locked myself inside and started the engine with trembling hands. But it wouldn't turn over. The engine that had worked perfectly yesterday just clicked uselessly. As the sun began to set, I tried the radio again. This time, through the static, I heard a voice, not the ranger, but Elias, whispering those same words. "Come find me, help me, you're chosen." I was trapped. My cell phone still showed no signal, the RV wouldn't start, and I was at least 10 miles from the ranger station, too far to walk safely in the desert heat. I had water for maybe 3 more days if I rationed it. After that, as darkness fell, I made a desperate decision. The old tales about appeasing spirits, leaving offerings, they couldn't hurt to try. I gathered what I could, some water in a cup, food, my journal with my thoughts and fears written down. I placed them by Elias's grave marker, backing away quickly, my flashlight beam dancing erratically over the sand. "I'm sorry," I called out to the darkness. "I don't know what you want from me, but please leave me alone. Take these instead." The night that followed was the worst of my life. The footsteps returned, circling endlessly. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my door, and I'd hear breathing, ragged and wet. Other times, the voice would come from directly above me, as if Elias was lying on the roof of my RV. Around midnight, the screaming started. Not just Elias now, but what sounded like multiple voices, men and women, old and young, all screaming in agony. The RV shook with their fury. The windows vibrated. Something scratched at the door so hard it left gouges in the metal that I found the next morning. Through all this, one phrase kept repeating, whispered directly into my ear, though I was alone in the RV. The desert takes what it wants. The desert keeps what it loves. I must have passed out from sheer terror sometime before dawn. When I woke, the sun was up, my RV engine started on the first try, and the radio connected clearly to the ranger station. I left everything behind, my camera, my hiking gear, even my wallet, which had fallen out of my pocket during the night. I just drove, hands shaking so badly I could barely steer, all the way back to the ranger station. The ranger took one look at my face and sat me down with some water. I tried to tell him what happened, but the words wouldn't come out right. All I could manage was something about noises and feeling watched. He nodded like he'd heard it before. "Desert plays tricks," he said, the same warning he'd given when I arrived, especially out by that canyon. "We don't usually send folks there alone." He helped me file a report about vandalism to my RV, those scratches on the door. But when I mentioned the symbols in the sand and the grave, he looked at me strangely and suggested I get checked for heat exhaustion. Later, at home, I researched Elias Thatcher. He was real, a prospector who disappeared in the Zabarego region in 1886. The official record said he probably died of thirst after getting lost, but his body was never found. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still hear those footsteps at night. I still see that twisted white tree when I close my eyes. But the worst part? I feel this pull, this constant nagging urge to go back, like I left something unfinished out there in the desert, like I'm incomplete now. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see Elias standing behind me, those endless dark eyes watching, waiting. And just yesterday, I found one of those symbols drawn in the condensation on my bathroom mirror after a shower. The desert takes what it wants. The desert keeps what it loves. I think it loved Elias Thatcher. I think it loves me now, too. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. It's been almost 30 years, but when I close my eyes, I can still smell that rotting stench. I can still hear those bones cracking as it moved. I've never shared the full story publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has seen what I saw. It happened in the summer of 1993. I was working as a park ranger in Montana, my 7th year on the job. I loved that work more than anything. Growing up in Chicago, surrounded by concrete and noise, I'd always felt out of place. Nature was where I belonged. I used to joke with my colleagues that trees never judged me, and birds didn't care if I had a bad hair day. The forest accepted me in a way the city never did. I was stationed at a pretty remote state park. I won't name it specifically because they've tried to keep this quiet for obvious reasons. Tourism is their main income, and what happened would have killed that instantly. It was beautiful country, though. Dense pine forests, crystal clear streams, mountain views that would make you believe in a higher power. That Tuesday in July started like any other day. I got a call on the radio about some abandoned camping gear near one of the old ranger cabins in a rarely visited section of the park. It wasn't unusual. People sometimes ditched their stuff if they got spooked by wildlife or if a storm hit suddenly. My supervisor asked me to check it out, collect anything valuable for lost and found, and make sure no one was in trouble. I remember the weather was perfect that day. Warm sunshine, slight breeze, blue skies. I parked my truck at the service road endpoint and hiked about 2 miles to reach the cabin area. It was off the regular trails, which is why it didn't get many visitors. The hiking felt good. I was in my element. The cabin came into view around 2 p.m. It was this small wooden structure, probably built in the 1940s, tucked away behind a thick stand of pines. As I approached, something felt wrong. The forest had gone completely silent, and I don't mean peaceful quiet, I mean dead silent. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of leaves rustling. Anyone who spends time in forests knows that's not natural. They're always humming with life. Every instinct told me to turn around, but I had a job to do. I called out a few times, standard procedure when approaching a potentially occupied structure. No response. The cabin door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, hand resting on my pepper spray. We didn't carry firearms in this park. What struck me immediately was how clean the place was. These old cabins were usually full of dust, cobwebs, maybe some mouse droppings. But this one looked maintained. No dust anywhere, no bugs. The small cot in the corner had a clean blanket on it, neatly made. There was a lantern on the table that looked recently used, but no obvious camping gear like I'd been sent to find. I was cataloging what I saw in my notebook when I heard it. A deliberate crack of a branch outside. Not the random sound of a twig falling, but the distinct sound of something stepping on a branch. I called out again, "Park service, anyone there?" Nothing. Then I heard another crack, closer to the cabin. I stepped outside, expecting to see a hiker or maybe a deer. What I saw instead has haunted my nightmares for decades. About 15 feet away, partially hidden behind a pine tree, was something. I've struggled for years to describe it accurately. It looked vaguely humanoid, but wrong in every possible way. It stood maybe 7 feet tall, with limbs that seemed too long and bent at unnatural angles. Its skin resembled a deer's hide, but stretched too tight over a frame of jutting bones. The worst part was its face, if you could call it that. A misshapen skull with these deep black eye sockets and a mouth full of jagged, broken teeth. The smell hit me next, like rotting meat left in the sun for days. so powerful I had to fight not to gag. It moved with these jerky mechanical movements, like it wasn't used to its own body. As if something was wearing a suit it didn't quite know how to operate. When it saw me notice it, it stopped pretending to hide. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. 29 years old, 7 years of wilderness experience, trained for bear encounters and lost hikers and forest fires, and nothing prepared me for what I was seeing. I ran, straight back down the trail toward my truck. I could hear it following, not running exactly, but moving fast with a horrible rhythmic cracking sound like bones breaking with each step. I reached my truck in record time, fumbled with the keys, and jumped inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. When I did, the engine wouldn't start, just clicked uselessly. That's when it emerged from the tree line, moving with that terrible broken gait. It approached my truck slowly now, as if it knew I was trapped. I locked the doors and tried the radio, but all I got was static. It reached the driver's side window and stared in at me, those empty eye sockets somehow focusing on me. Then it pressed its hands against the glass. They weren't hands like yours or mine. The fingers were too long, too thin, with an extra joint in each. The nails were black and curved like talons. It started smashing against the window, not frantically, but with steady, powerful blows. The glass began to crack on the third hit. I had a flare gun in the glove compartment, standard issue for rangers in case we got stranded. I grabbed it, loaded it with shaking hands, rolled down the window just an inch, and fired directly at the thing's chest. The flare hit it dead center, igniting its hide. It made a sound then, not a scream exactly, more like static from a broken TV, but somehow organic. It staggered back, clawing at the burning patch on its chest. I tried the engine again. Nothing. That's when I heard them, more cracking sounds coming from different directions. I looked out and saw movement between the trees. There were more of them, at least 3 or 4 that I could see circling my truck. The radio was still useless, the engine dead. The flare gun had only 1 shot left. I made a decision that still seems insane to me. I abandoned the truck, grabbed my backpack with my emergency supplies, the flare gun, and my knife, and bolted into the forest away from the trail. My thinking was that I might lose them in the dense underbrush, then circle back to the main ranger station, which was about 5 miles away. These things seemed awkward in their movements. Maybe they couldn't navigate difficult terrain easily. I was wrong. They followed me effortlessly. I could hear them crashing through the forest behind me. That smell wafted ahead of them, giving me some warning when they got close. I ran until my lungs burned, scrambled over fallen logs, splashed through streams, pushed through dense brush that tore at my uniform and skin. Whenever I thought I'd lost them, that terrible cracking sound would start up again nearby. At one point, I hid in a hollow beneath a fallen tree, tried to control my breathing as one of them moved past just a few feet away. I could see its legs, mottled skin stretched over bone, but with joints that bent backward. It stopped, those legs shifting as it seemed to scent the air. Then it moved on. I waited what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes before continuing. The sun was starting to set, which terrified me more than anything. I couldn't be in those woods after dark, not with them. I was lost by then, disoriented from running in panic, but I knew the general direction of the ranger station and kept pushing that way. It was almost dusk when I spotted the outpost, a small emergency shelter we maintained about halfway between the remote areas and the main station. I practically fell through the door, bleeding from dozens of scratches, uniform torn, one ankle swollen from where I'd twisted it. The outpost had a radio. I tried it immediately and got through to the main station. I was so hysterical they could barely understand me. I told them where I was, that I was injured, and that something was hunting me. I didn't try to explain what, just that I needed immediate help. They sent 2 rangers with a vehicle. I waited, terrified those things would find the outpost before help arrived. I kept the lights off, watching through the window as darkness fell. Once I saw movement at the edge of the clearing, that distinctive broken silhouette, but it didn't approach. My colleagues arrived an hour later. By then I'd gotten myself somewhat under control. I told them my truck had broken down and I'd gotten lost trying to hike back, which explained my injuries. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd really seen. Not yet. Back at the main station, I went to the supervisor's office while the medic checked my injuries. I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, his face impossible to read. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "Tom," he finally said, "you've had a traumatic experience. Getting stranded, injured in the wilderness. It can play tricks on your mind." I expected that response. I would have thought the same if our positions were reversed. But I knew what I saw. A week later, a group of 4 campers disappeared in the same area. Search and rescue found their campsite torn apart. All that remained were scraps of fabric from their tent, a single boot with no foot in it, and a set of tracks I recognized immediately, unnaturally large, with an inhuman gait pattern. The park quietly closed that section, claiming it was for maintenance and ecological restoration. But nothing was done. No major search, no investigation beyond the initial efforts. It was as if they wanted to pretend it never happened. I couldn't let it go. In the following months, I kept working my regular shifts, but spent all my free time researching. I went back to that area alone against all regulations. I needed to understand what was happening. On my 3rd solo expedition, I found something, a strange opening in the ground about a half-mile from the cabin. Not a natural cave entrance, but a perfectly circular hole about 4 feet in diameter, descending straight down into darkness. The earth around it was bare, as if nothing would grow there. And that smell, that same rotting meat stench, wafted up from below. I didn't go down, of course. I'm not that stupid. But I marked the location and started researching the history of the park. In the archives, I found reports dating back to the 1920s of strange disappearances in that same general area. Every few years, hikers or campers would vanish without a trace. The incidents were spread out enough that no one had connected them before. And in 1967, a ranger had filed a report describing a malformed wildlife specimen he'd encountered near the cabin. He'd been dismissed as suffering from exhaustion and transferred to another park shortly after. I took my findings to Dr. Erickson, a biologist who occasionally consulted for the park. He was the only person who didn't immediately write me off as crazy. He had his own theories about underground ecosystems and isolated species evolution. We formed an unlikely alliance, spending weekends exploring and documenting. It was Erickson who found the old mining records showing a collapsed shaft from the 1890s near where I'd discovered the hole. His theory was that whatever these creatures were, they'd been sealed underground for decades and had only recently found a way back to the surface. We developed a plan to seal the hole. Erickson believed it was their only entry and exit point, based on the way the ground was disturbed around it. If we could close it, we might trap them below again. What happened next still gives me nightmares. We went in prepared, or so we thought. Brought concrete mix, reinforcement bars, motion sensors. As we approached the hole, we heard them below, that crackling sound echoing up from the darkness. Erickson got too close. He was setting up a camera when the ground gave way beneath him. I lunged for his hand, but missed. He fell. I heard him hit something with a sickening thud about 20 feet down, then nothing. I called his name. No response. Then I heard it, that static-like sound from below, followed by the cracking of bones. Multiple creatures moving. I had a choice, try to save Erickson or complete the mission. I chose the latter. I think he was already gone. Working faster than I ever have in my life, I mixed the concrete and began filling the hole. As I worked, those sounds grew louder. Something started climbing up. I caught glimpses of those long, wrong fingers reaching up from the darkness. I emptied bag after bag of concrete down, reinforcing it with the metal bars. When the last of those fingers disappeared beneath the setting concrete, I collapsed from exhaustion. I waited there all night to make sure the seal held. By morning, the concrete had hardened. The hole was gone. I reported Erickson's death as an accident, a fall in a remote area of the park. I couldn't tell the truth. Who would believe me? His body was never recovered. I left the Park Service 6 months later. Couldn't stomach being there anymore. Moved to Idaho, took a job as a building supervisor at an elementary school. Normal life, normal people. But I've never forgotten. Sometimes I wonder if the seal is still holding, if those things are still down there, waiting. I check the news from that region obsessively. So far, no new disappearances in that area. I still have nightmares about what would have happened if my truck had started that day. Would I have made it out? Or would they have found a way to stop me anyway? And what would have happened if they'd broken through that window? I don't know what those things were. Not forest creatures, not people. Something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist in our world. I've never been back to that park, never will. But I can't help thinking about that hole in the ground, that concrete seal, and wondering if it's still holding. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking just thinking about it all over again. It's been 2 months since I moved to this godforsaken place, and I don't think I'll ever be the same. I need to get this down while I still can, while I can still convince myself it was real. Back in April, I needed a change. My job in the city was killing me with stress, and when I found a cheap ranch house rental in the New Mexico desert, it seemed perfect. Remote work, peace and quiet, a chance to find myself. All that crap people say when they're running away from their problems. The listing photos looked decent enough. A single-story stucco house, basic but livable, with an unbelievable view of the desert and mountains. The rent was suspiciously low, but I chalked it up to the isolation. Who wants to live 45 minutes from the nearest town? Me, apparently. The drive out to the property was longer than expected. The GPS kept glitching as I turned onto the dirt road that led to my new home. The rental agency had mailed me the keys, red flag number 1, I guess, so there was no one to meet me when I arrived. Just me, my U-Haul full of belongings, and miles of empty desert in every direction. The moment I stepped out of the car, a feeling washed over me. Not peace or relief, dread, pure, inexplicable dread. It was midday, blazing hot, but I felt cold all over. I stood there, staring at this unremarkable beige house, and everything in me screamed to get back in the car. I've never been superstitious, but it felt like the house itself was watching me. It's just moving jitters, I told myself. Everyone gets them. I unloaded the essentials that afternoon. Bed, clothes, kitchen stuff. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, only to see empty desert stretching to the horizon. That first night, I tried to make the place feel like home. I hung a few pictures, set up my workspace, even made a decent pasta dinner. But as the sun went down, the house changed. The shadows seemed to stretch differently than they should. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. I went to bed early, exhausted from the move. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound I'll never forget. A slow, deliberate scratching at my bedroom window. Not like branches. There weren't any trees near the house. This was intentional. It sounded exactly like fingernails dragging across the wooden window frame. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The scratching continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I waited until sunrise before I worked up the courage to check the window. Nothing was there. No marks, no footprints in the sand below. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some desert animal I wasn't familiar with. A coyote. A bobcat. I spent the morning unpacking more boxes, trying to distract myself. Around noon, I realized I couldn't find my phone charger. I distinctly remembered unpacking it and placing it on the kitchen counter, but it wasn't there. After searching for 20 minutes, I found it in the bathroom sink. I figured I must have carried it there absent-mindedly. That day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake my uneasiness. The house felt wrong. The proportions of rooms seemed slightly off, like they had been designed by someone who didn't quite understand human dimensions. The ceilings were a bit too high, the doorways slightly too narrow. That night, the scratching returned. Louder this time, more insistent. I grabbed my phone to record it, but the battery was dead, despite having charged it all day. The scratching went on for nearly 10 minutes, then silence. The next morning, I forced myself to examine the area around my window. What I found made my blood run cold. There were tracks in the sand, not animal tracks, not human footprints, but something in between. They were roughly foot-shaped but too long, with what looked like extra joints or toes, and they came directly up to my window where the sand was deeply disturbed, as if something had stood there for hours, watching me sleep. I spent that day obsessively checking my doors and windows. I considered driving to town, but something held me back. Pride, maybe, or disbelief that anything truly dangerous was happening. Around dusk, my coffee mug disappeared from the table while I was in the bathroom. I found it an hour later in the shower, perfectly placed in the center of the tub. That night, the scratching was accompanied by something new, a low, guttural sound that wasn't quite speech, but definitely wasn't animal. It rose and fell in pitch, almost like it was trying to form words. I buried my head under my pillow, but it didn't block the sound. When morning finally came, I examined the window frame and found deep gouges in the wood, as if something with incredible strength had been trying to get in. I decided to set up my laptop camera to record overnight. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. Who would believe me? My few friends back in the city would think I was losing it from isolation. The days began to blur together. Small things from my yard started disappearing. A garden trowel, a chair cushion, a pair of shoes I'd left on the porch. Days later, I'd find them mangled beyond recognition, twisted into impossible shapes, and left in places I'd already checked multiple times. About a week in, I saw it for the first time. I was washing dishes, looking out the kitchen window at the sunset, when movement caught my eye. At first I thought it was just a tall cactus in the distance. Then it moved. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, with disproportionately long arms and legs that bent at unnatural angles. It was dark against the sunset, so I couldn't make out details, but I could see it was watching the house. When it moved, the motion was fluid. yet utterly inhuman, like it had too many joints. I dropped the plate I was washing. The crash must have startled it, because it disappeared with unnatural speed behind a cluster of cacti. I spent the rest of the evening with all the lights on, checking the locks every few minutes. My laptop camera captured nothing that night, though the scratching returned. The file just showed hours of an empty window, despite the sounds I clearly heard. The next morning, I discovered my outdoor security sensor light had been completely removed from the wall, wires and all. That's when I decided to leave. I packed an overnight bag, grabbed my laptop and important documents, and headed for my car. The car was gone. I stood in the empty driveway, unable to process what I was seeing. My car had vanished. I ran back inside to call for help, but my phone was missing too. My laptop wouldn't connect to the internet. It was as if everything that could connect me to the outside world had been systematically removed. I was trapped. I spent that day boarding up windows with furniture, gathering anything that could be used as a weapon. I found an old flashlight in a kitchen drawer and tested the batteries, still working. I filled containers with water, gathered all my food into one place. If I was going to be trapped here, I'd at least be prepared. As the sun went down, the noises started earlier than usual, not just at my bedroom window now, but all around the house. Scratching, tapping, that horrible attempt at speech. I sat in the center of the living room, flashlight in one hand, kitchen knife in the other, watching the boarded windows shake with the force of whatever was trying to get in. Then I heard something new, movement on the roof. The ceiling creaked under heavy weight. Dust fell from above as something dragged itself across the roof. I backed into a corner, eyes fixed upward. A crack appeared in the ceiling plaster, then another. They were breaking through. A piece of ceiling crashed down in the center of the room, and a long grayish limb snaked through the opening. It was arm-like but wrong. Too many joints, skin like weathered leather, fingers too long with an extra knuckle in each. I don't remember deciding to move. Instinct took over. I lunged forward and smashed the flashlight against the limb. There was a high-pitched shriek from above, and the limb withdrew. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran for the front door, tore it open, and sprinted into the desert night. The cold air hit my lungs like a slap. I ran without direction, just away from the house. Behind me, I heard movement. Not one creature, but several in pursuit. Their gait was uneven but fast. I risked a glance back and saw at least 3 tall figures loping after me, their movements jerky yet purposeful. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs felt like they would burst. The desert terrain was treacherous in the dark. Cacti grabbed at my clothes. Rocks turned under my feet. I fell hard, scrambled up, kept running. The sounds of pursuit grew closer. Then I hit a patch of loose sand and went down again. This time, when I looked up, I was surrounded. The tall figures stood in a loose circle around me, their features still indistinct in the darkness, but their posture unmistakably predatory. They swayed slightly, as if communicating with each other, deciding what to do with me. I closed my eyes, certain this was the end. Then came the blinding light and the roar of an engine. Headlights cut through the darkness, and the creatures scattered like cockroaches. A battered jeep skidded to a stop beside me, and the passenger door flew open. "Get in if you want to live." A woman's voice, sharp and commanding. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself into the vehicle, and it lurched forward before I could even close the door. As we sped away, I caught a glimpse of the creatures retreating into the darkness, their elongated limbs moving with that terrible fluidity. "You're lucky we found you," the woman said. She was older, maybe in her 50s, with steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and she wore what looked like tactical gear over a flannel shirt. "I'm Diana. People call me the librarian." The driver was younger, maybe 20, with a shaved head and arms covered in strange symbols that didn't look quite like tattoos. "That's the kid," Diana said, noticing my gaze. "He doesn't talk much." What were those things?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears. "We call them the hollow ones," Diana replied, checking something on a device that looked like a modified GPS. "They've been in these parts for generations. Most people who encounter them don't survive to tell about it." "Are they aliens?" Diana gave a short laugh. "Nothing so simple. We're part of a group called the Watchers. We monitor their activity, try to save their victims when we can." The kid made a series of gestures with one hand while driving with the other. "He says you're the third person this month they've taken an interest in," Diana translated. "Usually they just watch for a while, but sometimes they get hungry." We drove for what felt like hours through the desert, eventually reaching what looked like an abandoned mining facility. As we approached, hidden lights activated, illuminating a secure compound nestled against a cliff face. The gates opened automatically as we approached. "Welcome to Sanctuary," Diana said as we drove inside. The compound was larger than it appeared from outside, stretching back into caves in the cliff. People moved about with purpose, some in tactical gear like Diana's, others in lab coats or regular clothes. They all had the same watchful, haunted look in their eyes. "You'll be safe here," Diana said, leading me into what appeared to be a combination kitchen and briefing room. "The Hollow Ones can't approach this place. Too much light, too many defenses. How long have they been out there? Why doesn't anyone know about them?" The kid made more hand gestures, and Diana nodded. "People do know in their way. All those disappearances in national parks, all those desert towns that dried up for economic reasons. The Hollow Ones have been here longer than we have. They normally keep to themselves, but every few decades they get bolder." Over strong coffee, Diana explained that the Watchers had been monitoring the creatures for generations. They believed the Hollow Ones lived underground, emerging mainly at night. They seemed to be drawn to isolation and fear, which explained why they targeted my house. "What do they want?" I asked, my hands still shaking around my coffee mug. "We're not entirely sure," Diana admitted. "They take people sometimes. Other times they just watch. Their behavior has been escalating recently. That's why we've been patrolling more." "What happens now?" "You have a choice. We can get you to the city, set you up with a new identity, help you start over. Or you can stay, become one of us." I looked around at the people in the room, seeing my own experience reflected in their eyes. "I'll stay," I said. "I need to understand what happened to me." Over the next few days, I learned more about the Watchers and their mission. They monitored desert areas where the Hollow Ones were active, rescued people when possible, and studied the creatures' behavior. Diana had been with them for 30 years, since her own encounter as a college student on a camping trip. The kid had been born into the group. His parents had been Watchers before they disappeared during a mission. A week after my rescue, Diana approached me with a proposition. "We're planning an expedition to find their main lair. Normally, we wouldn't take someone so new, but you've seen your house from the inside. You might recognize signs we'd miss." The expedition team consisted of Diana, the kid, 2 battle-hardened Watchers named Moss and Rodriguez, and me. We set out at dawn, heavily armed with specialized equipment, bright UV lights, communication devices, and weapons that looked more like light projectors than guns. Light hurts them, Diana explained. Not regular flashlight beams, but concentrated UV. It's the only thing we've found that keeps them at bay. We followed tracking devices to a network of caves about 20 miles from my former house. The entrance was unremarkable, just another fissure in the desert floor, but the air coming from it was noticeably cooler and carried a smell I recognized from the night they broke through my ceiling. Musty, mineral, with an underlying sweetness like rotting fruit. Descending into the cave was like entering another world. The walls were smooth in places, as if worn down by centuries of movement. In other areas, they were covered with strange, intricate symbols etched into the stone. Not quite language, not quite art, but something in between. "They communicate somehow," Diana whispered. "We've been trying to decipher these markings for years." As we ventured deeper, the cave opened into a vast chamber. The sight that greeted us will haunt me forever. Bones, thousands of them, were arranged in complex geometric patterns across the floor. Human bones, animal bones, all bleached white and positioned with terrible precision. "What is this place?" I whispered. "We think it's some kind of library," Diana replied, "or maybe a record of their history." The kids' light swept across the far wall, revealing more symbols, these ones larger and more elaborate. As we approached to examine them, a low vibration ran through the cave floor. "They know we're here," Moss said, readying his light weapon. The attack came from all sides at once. The hollow ones dropped from crevices in the ceiling, unfolded from shadowy corners, seemed to materialize from the darkness itself. In the beam of our lights, I finally saw them clearly. Tall, emaciated figures with skin like sun-damaged leather stretched over two long bones. Their faces were almost human, but distorted. Eyes too large and dark, mouths too wide with teeth that seemed randomly placed. We formed a circle, backs together, our UV lights creating a barrier they wouldn't cross. They moved around us, that same terrible fluidity I'd seen before, communicating in those guttural, almost words. "We need to get out of here," Rodriguez hissed. "There are too many." Diana reached into her pack and pulled out what looked like emergency flares. "On my mark, we light these and make for the tunnel we passed about 50 yards back. Ready?" We nodded. "Now!" The flares ignited with blinding brightness. The creatures recoiled, their movements suddenly jerky and pained. We ran for the tunnel, the light of the flares casting long, distorted shadows ahead of us. We'd almost reached the tunnel when the cave floor collapsed under Rodriguez. He fell with a shout, disappearing into darkness. Moss tried to grab him, but missed. The hollow ones surged toward the opening, their movements excited. "Keep going," Diana ordered, but I couldn't leave Rodriguez behind. I turned back, aiming my light into the hole. Rodriguez was about 15 feet down in a smaller chamber, dazed but alive. Between him and us, 3 hollow ones were descending the walls like spiders, closing in. I did the only thing I could think of. I jumped down after him, UV light blazing. The creatures hissed and backed away. I helped Rodriguez to his feet, but we were trapped. The walls were too steep to climb. Above us, Diana and the others were shouting, trying to find a way to help us. Then something unexpected happened. One of the hollow ones approached us, moving differently than the others, less predatory, more deliberate. It extended a long arm toward us, not aggressively, but offering help. Rodriguez and I exchanged glances. He nodded slightly, and I reached out, taking the creature's hand. Its skin was cool and dry, its grip gentle but impossibly strong. It lifted us both as if we weighed nothing, depositing us back on the main chamber floor. For a moment we all stood frozen, humans and creatures, regarding each other in the dying light of the flares. Then Diana broke the spell. "Move! Now!" We ran for the exit, the creatures letting us go. As we emerged into the blinding desert sunlight, I glanced back to see the creature that had helped us watching from the shadows of the cave entrance. For a brief moment I thought I saw something like recognition in its two large eyes. Back at Sanctuary, we debriefed what had happened. The creature's behavior challenged everything the Watchers thought they knew about the Hollow Ones. "They've never shown anything but hostility before," Diana said, reviewing our footage. "Why would one help you?" I described the feeling I'd had, that the creature recognized something in me or was trying to communicate. In the weeks that followed, we developed a new approach. Instead of treating the Hollow Ones as enemies, we began trying to communicate. We left offerings near their caves, not food, but light sources, books with pictures, recording devices. To our amazement, they responded. They left their own offerings, strange sculptures made from bone and stone, intricate knots of material we couldn't identify. The recordings we retrieved contained attempts at human speech, broken, distorted, but clearly deliberate. Diana's research team made a breakthrough when they discovered old government documents about experiments conducted in the desert in the 1950s. Human subjects kept in isolation underground for years, studying the effects of sensory deprivation and radiation. The project was abandoned, the subjects forgotten. They were human once, Diana realized, left behind, adapting to life underground over generations. Understanding changed everything. We began a careful process of reintroduction. Some of the Hollow Ones, we stopped calling them that, began spending brief periods in sunlight, their skin gradually losing its gray pallor. Their movements became less alien as they remembered how to move like humans. My old house became a meeting point, neutral ground between their world and ours. The scratching that had terrified me was their attempt to communicate, to reach someone after decades of isolation. Not all of them wanted contact. Many retreated deeper underground, too changed or too afraid to reconnect. But others began the slow journey back to something like humanity. The Watchers renamed themselves the Unifiers, acknowledging our new purpose. Diana still leads us, though she's talking about retiring, passing leadership to those of us who bridge both worlds. As for me, I found my purpose here in the desert, helping these forgotten people find their way back to the surface, one night at a time. Sometimes I wake up hearing scratching at my window, but now I know it's just them checking on me, making sure I'm still here. The desert doesn't seem so empty anymore. If anything, it's too full of history and pain and hope. And on clear nights when the moon is bright, you can sometimes see figures dancing on the distant dunes, their movements becoming more human with every passing day. I never wanted to write this down, but I need to get it out of my head. Maybe someone here has seen something similar or knows what I'm dealing with. I'm not crazy, and I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I grew up on my grandparents' farm in northwest Pennsylvania. It's pretty isolated. The nearest neighbor is about 2 miles down the dirt road, and we're completely surrounded by dense woods, the kind where the trees grow so close together that even on sunny days, if you walk more than 20 feet in, it feels like twilight. My parents died when I was little, so it's just been me, Grandma Ellie, and Grandpa Joe since I was 4. Well, and Molly, my pit bull. She's been my best friend since I was 10. Grandpa got her for me after I broke my arm falling out of a tree. Said every kid needs a good dog. Grandpa had a stroke last winter. It hit him hard. He can talk okay now, but he's mostly bedridden. Before that happened, he used to always warn me about the woods. Don't go too deep and never after dark, he'd say. I always thought he was being overprotective. I mean, I'm 15. I've been exploring these woods my whole life. I know every trail, every creek, every weird-shaped boulder. I thought I knew everything about our little corner of wilderness, but there was one chore I always hated, locking up the chicken coop at dusk. After Grandpa's stroke, that became my responsibility. Something about being out there alone when the light was fading always gave me the creeps, even though the coop is only about 50 yards from the house. Molly always came with me, which helped. It happened about 3 months ago in late June. It was hot, and I'd set up my tent in the yard, planning to camp out. Nothing major, just wanted to sleep under the stars but still be close enough to the house in case Grandpa needed anything. Grandma said it was fine as long as Molly stayed with me. I remember everything about that evening perfectly. It was muggy, and there had been talk of thunderstorms, but the sky was still clear. Around 8:30, I headed out to lock up the chickens. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Usually there's noise in the woods, birds, insects, the wind in the trees. But that evening, there was nothing. Complete silence. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Molly was acting weird too. She kept looking toward the tree line, her ears perked up. I figured maybe there was a deer or something watching us. I was just finishing up with the coop when I heard it, a strange clicking tapping sound coming from the edge of the woods. Tap, tap, click. Tap, tap, click. It wasn't rhythmic exactly, more like something was moving and making that noise as it went. I called out, thinking maybe it was Old Man Hendricks who sometimes hunts on our land, with permission. No answer. Then Molly went rigid beside me. She was staring into the darkness beyond the coop, her hackles raised. I've never seen her like that before. She wasn't barking or growling. She was completely silent, which somehow made it worse. And then I heard the moan. It's hard to describe. It wasn't human, but it wasn't like any animal I've ever heard either. Low and guttural, like something was in pain, but also hungry. The sound seemed to crawl across my skin. That's when I saw it. It emerged from the shadows between two massive pine trees at the forest's edge. At first, I could only make out its silhouette, and my brain kept trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was tall, like impossibly tall, at least 8 feet. Its body was emaciated, with long, thin limbs that didn't bend quite right. Its skin looked like it was rotting, hanging in tatters, with patches of what looked like matted fur caked with something dark that I later realized was dried blood. But its head, that's what still keeps me up at night. It had an elongated skull that supported massive antlers, like a deer's but all wrong. Some points twisted sideways or backward. Its face was the worst part. Yellowed eyes that somehow glowed in deep, hollow sockets. A mouth that was too wide, filled with jagged, uneven teeth. The smell hit me next, rotting meat and something like sulfur. I gagged and took a step back, tripping over the water bucket I'd just filled. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my body respond. I was completely frozen, staring at this thing. And then Molly did something I'll never forget. My sweet, loyal dog launched herself forward, placing herself between me and that creature. She didn't attack. She just stood there, hackles raised, and let out the deepest, most threatening growl I've ever heard from her. The thing actually seemed to recoil. It made that clicking noise again, and I realized it was coming from its mouth, its teeth knocking together as it tilted its head, studying us. That moment of hesitation was enough. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed Molly's collar, and ran toward the house. I didn't look back. I could hear it moving behind us, not running, but a weird shuffling gait with occasional quick bursts of speed. Those clicks getting louder, then softer, like it was toying with us. I burst through the back door, slammed it shut, and locked it. Grandma was in the kitchen and jumped when I came in. She took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. How do you describe something like that? I was shaking so bad I could barely speak. I remember saying something about a monster in the woods, but I sounded like a little kid. Grandma got real quiet. She led me to the couch, brought me some water, and sat down next to me. "Tell me exactly what you saw," she said. Her voice was calm, but her hands were shaking too. I couldn't sleep that night. Every creak, every sound outside made my heart race. I kept checking the windows, expecting to see those yellow eyes staring back at me. Molly refused to leave my side, and I was grateful for her warm weight against me. The next morning, I half convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just a weird-looking deer. Maybe the light was playing tricks on me. Then Grandma sat me down at breakfast and said, "Your grandfather and I have been keeping something from you." She told me she knew about the creatures, that some called them skinwalkers, others had different names. She said they'd been in these woods for generations, but they usually kept to themselves, deep in the forest. She and Grandpa had been keeping the things at bay for decades, protecting our land. But with Grandpa bedridden, that protection had weakened. I didn't want to believe her. It sounded crazy. But then I went out to check on the chickens in broad daylight with Molly and Grandma. And there it was, a massive footprint in the mud outside the coop. It was almost human-shaped, but too big and misshapen, with long claw-like toe marks. The footprint led directly to the house, straight to my bedroom window. I spent the next few days researching online, at the local library, anywhere I could find information. Skinwalkers, wendigos, the not deer that people in Appalachia talk about. None of them quite matched what I'd seen, but there were similarities. Eventually, Grandma started showing me some of Grandpa's protective methods. Salt lines that unnatural things can't cross. Cold iron charms hung on trees along our property line. Simple rituals honoring the land, asking it for protection. I felt stupid at first, but I did everything she told me. We reinforced the chicken coop with iron nails. We made salt circles around the house and barn. We hung charms made of iron, rowan, and ash wood on every door and window. As we worked, I could feel the forest watching us. The oppressive feeling seemed to recede a little, but whenever I got close to the tree line, I'd hear that clicking sound again. One evening, about 3 weeks after my first encounter, I was doing a patrol of our property line with Molly. Grandma had taught me to check the salt lines and iron markers daily. The sun was still up, but it was starting to set. That's when I saw them. Not just one this time. 3 pairs of yellow eyes glowing between the trees. They were keeping their distance, just at the edge of where we'd laid our protections. I could hear that clicking sound, like they were communicating with each other. I should have walked calmly back to the house. Instead, I panicked and ran. Molly ran with me, but I could hear movement in the woods, parallel to us. They were following along the tree line, keeping pace. I realized I wasn't going to make it to the house in time. They were too fast, circling around to cut me off. In that moment, something snapped in me. I was tired of being afraid. This was my home, my land. Grandpa and Grandma had protected it for years. Now it was my turn. I stopped running. I turned to face the woods, gripping the iron rod Grandma had given me. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. "You're not welcome here," I shouted, my voice breaking. "This is our land. You stay in the deep woods where you belong." I don't know if they understood my words, but they seemed to understand my intent. They hesitated at the salt line. I could see them more clearly now, all similar to the first one I'd seen, but with subtle differences. One had more massive antlers. Another seemed to have patches of different colored fur, like it had pieces of multiple animals stitched together. Grandma had heard me shouting and came out onto the porch. She started chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. The creatures actually recoiled, making those clicking sounds faster, more agitated. And then, as suddenly as they'd appeared, they retreated back into the darkness of the forest. For the rest of the summer, I threw myself into learning everything I could. Grandma taught me what she knew, and I researched more on my own. We strengthened our defenses. I started sleeping better, knowing we had protections in place. Grandpa started getting stronger too. He can sit up in a chair now, and sometimes he makes it to the porch. The first time he saw me checking the salt lines and adjusting the iron charms, I saw tears in his eyes. "You're a true guardian now," he said. "I still don't know exactly what those things are. I don't know if they'll come back when winter sets in and food gets scarce in the forest. But I'm not afraid anymore. Well, that's not entirely true. I'm still afraid, but it's a different kind of fear, one mixed with determination. Last week, I was locking up the chickens at dusk, and I felt eyes on me from the forest. I looked up and saw a single pair of yellow eyes watching from between the trees. I stood tall, gripped my iron rod, and stared right back. After a long moment, it retreated. The clicking sound follows me sometimes when I'm near the woods. I hear it in my dreams, but I also hear Grandpa's voice telling me I'm a guardian now. Molly sticks to me like glue, always alert, always watching. I don't know why I'm sharing this. Maybe someone else has seen these things. Maybe someone knows more about them than I do. All I know is that something ancient and hungry lives in our woods, and for some reason, my family has been keeping them at bay for generations, and now it's my turn to stand watch. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 months since that night on I-40, and I'm writing this from my sister's spare bedroom in Phoenix. I haven't been back in my rig since then. Don't think I ever will be. My name's Jake. I've been driving trucks cross-country for 15 years, and nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared me for what happened that night in eastern New Mexico. It was late February, cold as hell, and I was hauling electronics from Nashville to San Diego. I'd been on the road for about 9 hours straight that day, pushing myself harder than usual because I wanted to make up some time. The weather had been bad the day before, and I was running behind schedule. By midnight, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. You know that feeling when your eyelids get so heavy, they start closing on their own? That's where I was at. The rumble strips on the shoulder kept jarring me awake when I'd drift. But I knew I couldn't keep going like that. I needed to stop. I remember checking my GPS. The next official rest area was about 80 miles ahead, and I honestly didn't think I could make it that far. I was starting to panic a little, scanning the exits for anything. A Walmart parking lot, a truck stop, anything. That's when I saw it, a service station just off exit 181. It wasn't on my GPS, but there it was, lights blazing in the darkness. The sign was simple, 24-hour service. I didn't even hesitate. I hit my blinker and took the exit, relief washing over me. As I pulled into the lot, I noticed maybe 5 or 6 other trucks parked there. which was reassuring. Nothing unusual about truckers stopping at odd hours. It's what we do. The station itself was bigger than I expected, with a convenience store, diner area, and showers. The whole place was lit up like a Christmas tree with these fluorescent lights that seemed too bright, making everything look washed out and strange. I parked my rig and just sat there for a minute, trying to get my bearings. The temperature display on my dash read 28 degrees, and I could see my breath even inside the cab. I grabbed my jacket and headed inside, desperate for some coffee and maybe something to eat before crashing in my sleeper for a few hours. The moment I stepped inside, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. The fluorescent lights were buzzing loudly, flickering just enough to notice. And the shadows, this is going to sound crazy, but they seemed to move wrong, like they were a half second behind the people casting them. I rubbed my eyes, figuring it was just the exhaustion playing tricks on me. There were a few other truckers scattered around, some at the diner counter, others browsing the store shelves. Nobody was talking much. The place had this weird silence to it, even with the humming lights and the soft country music playing from speakers somewhere. I made my way to the food counter, where this older woman was working. She had to be mid-60s, with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her name tag said Betty. She smiled at me, and I immediately felt a little better. There was something warm about her, grandmother-like. "You look like you're about to fall over, honey," she said as she poured me a coffee without me even asking. "Long haul?" I nodded, thanking her for the coffee. "Nashville to San Diego. Still got a long way to go." She slid the mug across the counter. "On the house. You look like you need it." I remember being surprised by how good that coffee was. Not the usual truck stop sludge. While I drank it, Betty fixed me a sandwich, turkey and Swiss on rye. Again, way better than what you'd expect. As I ate, we chatted a bit. Normal stuff at first, the weather, the roads, how long I'd been driving. Then she said something that caught me off guard. "You know, this place is special. It's a crossroads of sorts. Strange things happen here sometimes." The way she said it made the hair on my arm stand up. Her tone had changed, gotten more serious. I tried to laugh it off, asking if she meant like UFO sightings or something. She didn't laugh back. "No, honey. Different kinds of things." I changed the subject, asking if they had showers available and mentioning I'd probably sleep in my truck for a few hours before heading out. That's when her whole demeanor changed. She leaned across the counter, lowering her voice. "If you're staying overnight, park under the bright lights in front. Don't park in the back. And don't—" She glanced around like she was making sure no one else could hear. "Don't go wandering in the dark, no matter what you hear." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. "I've worked here for 30 years, she said, her eyes suddenly looking ancient. "I've seen things you wouldn't believe." Before I could ask anything else, she straightened up and smiled again, as if our serious conversation had never happened. "Need anything else, honey?" I shook my head, paid for my sandwich, and headed to the restroom before going back to my truck. In the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the weird feeling Betty's warning had given me. The fluorescent light above the sink flickered rapidly, and for a second I thought I saw something move behind me in the mirror. I spun around, but the bathroom was empty. Just exhaustion, I told myself. You're seeing things because you're tired. I went back to my truck, making sure to park under one of the bright lights in the front lot, just like Betty had said. I'm not usually the superstitious type, but something about her warning had gotten to me. I locked all the doors, pulled the privacy curtains around my sleeper berth, and tried to get some sleep. I don't know how long I was out, maybe an hour, maybe two, when a loud bang against the side of my truck jolted me awake. At first, I thought another driver had backed into me. I sat up, heart racing, and listened. Silence. Then I heard it, a scratching sound against the passenger side door. Slow, deliberate scratches, like someone or something dragging their nails across the metal. The sound made my skin crawl. I told myself it was probably just a branch from a nearby tree, or maybe some animal that had wandered onto the lot, but deep down, I knew better. There weren't any trees close enough to hit my truck, and the scratching was too purposeful to be random. Then came the voice, "Ja-K." It was low, gravelly, barely human sounding, and it knew my fucking name. "Come out and play, Ja-K." I froze. How the hell did it know my name? I hadn't told anyone my name except Betty, and this voice. This wasn't Betty. It wasn't human. The scratching got more insistent, more aggressive. I could hear the metal of my truck door actually being gouged. I reached for my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight, but I was too terrified to look out the window. "I can smell you, Jaaki." Something slammed against my truck with such force that the whole cab rocked. I heard a sound that I can only describe as a cross between a growl and a laugh. I finally worked up the courage to peek through a tiny gap in the curtains. What I saw will haunt me until the day I die. It was standing right outside my passenger window, tall enough that I could only see from its chest up. Its eyes were glowing red like hot coals, set deep in a face that was vaguely human but wrong. The proportions were off. Its mouth was too wide, filled with teeth like razor blades. The body was massive, covered in what looked like matted dark fur. Its arms were too long, ending in hands with fingers that tapered into black claws. I dropped the curtain and scrambled back against the driver's side door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. The thing outside laughed again, that horrible sound that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. "Let me in, Jaaki. I just want to play." It slammed against the window again, harder this time. I heard the glass crack. It was going to get in. This thing, whatever it was going to get in. I fumbled for my phone again, dialed 911 with trembling fingers. The dispatcher answered, and I tried to explain what was happening, but I could barely form words. I told her I was at a service station off exit 181 on I-40, that something was trying to break into my truck. She kept asking me to clarify what I meant by something, but how could I explain what I was seeing? She probably thought I was drunk or high. While I was on the phone, the thing outside smashed against my window again. The glass shattered, sending shards flying into the cab. Cold air rushed in, bringing with it a smell like rotting meat and wet fur. I dropped the phone and crawled into the furthest corner of my sleeper berth, grabbing the only weapon I had, a tire iron I kept under my bunk. The creature reached one long arm through the broken window, its claws scraping against the interior of my cab as it tried to grab me. I swung the tire iron, connecting with something solid. The thing let out a shriek that didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard, but it pulled its arm back. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd scared it off. Then I heard more of them. Yes, more. There were others. I could hear them moving around my truck, scratching, banging, calling my name in those horrible, distorted voices. They were surrounding me. I was trapped. Through the broken window, I could see more shapes moving in the darkness beyond the pool of light my truck was parked in. Red eyes gleaming, massive shadowy figures circling like wolves around prey. Then, to my horror, I saw another truck driver emerge from his rig across the lot. He was an older guy, maybe in his 50s, looking confused and annoyed, probably woken up by all the commotion. "Hey!" I screamed at him. "Get back in your truck, now!" He didn't hear me, or if he did, it was too late. One of the creatures lunged from the shadows, moving so fast it was just a blur. It grabbed the driver and dragged him into the darkness. I heard his scream cut short, followed by wet, tearing sounds that I won't describe. I was crying now, pressing myself against the wall of the sleeper berth, still clutching the tire iron. The phone lay on the floor, the 911 dispatcher's voice faintly asking if I was still there. I couldn't reach it without getting closer to the broken window. The creatures changed tactics then. They started calling out in different voices, human voices. "Help me, please, somebody help. I'm hurt. Is anyone there?" And then, most disturbingly, in Betty's voice, "Jake, honey, it's Betty. Let me in. I can help you." But I knew it wasn't really Betty. These things, whatever they were mimicking human voices, trying to trick me into coming out. I stayed put, shaking uncontrollably, listening to the fake pleas for help mixed with those inhuman growls and scratches. Then the roof of my cab began to cave in. One of the creatures had climbed on top and was pressing down, metal groaning under its weight. I could see claws piercing through the roof, punching holes in the metal like it was aluminum foil. One set of claws raked across my chest, tearing my shirt and drawing blood. The pain was searing, but it snapped me out of my paralysis. I reached over and flipped the switch for my external floodlights, high-powered halogens I'd installed for nighttime deliveries in poorly lit areas. The cab was suddenly flooded with reflected light from outside, and I heard the creatures shriek in pain. The pressure on the roof eased. The scratching stopped. I heard them retreating, their howls fading as they fled from the light. I stayed there, bleeding, shaking, the tire iron still clutched in my hand, until dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the broken window, I finally worked up the courage to look outside. The lot was empty except for my truck and the one belonging to the driver who'd been killed. There was no sign of the creatures, no sign of Betty or anyone else. Police arrived about 20 minutes after sunrise. The 911 dispatcher had sent them when I stopped responding, but rural New Mexico being what it is, it took them a while to get there. They found me still huddled in my sleeper berth, covered in blood from the gashes on my chest, babbling about monsters with red eyes. They found the other driver too. What was left of him? The official report said, animal attack, probably a bear or mountain lion. They didn't believe my story about creatures that spoke and knew my name. Why would they? It sounds insane even as I type this. They took me to a hospital in Albuquerque, where I spent 3 days being treated for my injuries and acute stress reaction. That's what the doctors called it. A fancy way of saying I was losing my mind. A month later, I started seeing a therapist in Phoenix, where my sister lives. Dr. Chen is nice enough, doesn't outright tell me I'm crazy when I talk about what happened. During our third session, I admitted something I hadn't told anyone else. I'd tried to find that service station again, driving the same stretch of I-40 in my sister's car. It wasn't there. Exit 181 exists, but there's nothing there. No service station, no diner, no Betty. Just empty desert as far as the eye can see. Dr. Chen suggested that trauma can affect memory, that maybe I'd gotten the location wrong. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to me. After my last session with her, I was feeling a little better. Maybe not ready to get back in a truck, but at least like I might someday be able to sleep through the night again. I was walking to my car in the parking lot when I felt something in my jacket pocket that hadn't been there before. It was a matchbook from the service station at mile marker 181. Inside, written in small, neat handwriting, "We're still waiting, Jake. We'll meet again." I looked up, scanning the busy Phoenix Street in panic. And there she was, across the intersection. Betty, standing there in the same uniform she'd worn that night, looking exactly the same. She smiled at me, but it wasn't the warm smile from before. This smile was too wide, showing too many teeth. When the traffic cleared, she was gone. They followed me. From that lonely service station in the New Mexico desert to the middle of Phoenix. They found me, and they're waiting. I don't know what to do. I don't know what they want from me. All I know is that every night I hear scratching at my window, and sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear that gravelly voice calling my name. Jackie, come out and play, Jackie. It's been 4 months since the incident at the Lazarus facility, and I still wake up screaming most nights. My therapist says I should write this down, get it out of my system, but I don't think anyone can understand what happened there. I doubt anyone would believe me anyway. My name is David. I'm a geneticist, or I was. I spent the last 6 years working at what was officially called Ecological Adaptation Research Station 9, but we just called it the Lazarus facility. It was buried deep in the Montana wilderness, about 90 miles from the nearest town, disguised as an abandoned mining operation. The government spared no expense on security, but cut every corner on safety protocols. I was recruited from MIT because of my work on reptilian regenerative capabilities. The money was incredible, and the resources were beyond anything I'd ever seen in academia. Plus, I was told we were developing medical applications that could revolutionize trauma care. What a fucking joke that turned out to be. October 15th started like any other day. I woke up in my small on-site apartment, showered, and headed to the cafeteria for coffee. The facility was mostly underground, 5 levels of labs, containment units, and living quarters. My lab partner, Sharon, was already at our usual table, looking pale and agitated. "Have you been to Sector 7 lately?" she asked me, her coffee untouched. I hadn't. Sector 7 was Dr. Reiner's domain, the Advanced Applications Division, where our theoretical work was put into practice. We weren't supposed to discuss it outside secure areas. But Sharon and I had been friends since grad school. "David, something's wrong with Subject 5, she whispered. "I observed it yesterday during the cellular adaptation tests, and it was watching us. Not just looking, watching, studying. Subject 5 was our crowning achievement, or our greatest mistake, as it turned out. It was a hybrid organism created by splicing Komodo dragon genes with grizzly bear DNA, among other things. The goal was to create an organism with unparalleled adaptive capabilities, the dragon's immune system, the bear's strength and environmental adaptability, and regenerative properties we'd engineered ourselves. It shouldn't be capable of that kind of cognition, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew better. We'd been pushing boundaries for years, and Reiner kept accelerating the program despite my concerns about unexpected mutations. "Reiner's calling an emergency meeting at 2 p.m., Sharon said. "He says it's just a progress update, but there's more to it. I accessed the monitoring data. Subject 5's brain activity has increased 340% in the past week. That's not just evolution, it's something else." I went to my lab and tried to focus on my work, but Sharon's words kept echoing in my head. At 1:45, I headed to the conference room on level 3. As I walked past the main security hub, I noticed the guards were on edge, more of them than usual, and all armed with heavier weapons than the standard issue. The meeting started with Reiner looking uncomfortably pleased with himself. He was in his 50s, with that cold intensity that comes from decades of government work. He pulled up images of Subject 5's latest tests on the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing is the future of biological adaptation," he announced. Subject 5 has begun to demonstrate cognitive problem-solving beyond any of our projections. Sharon raised her hand. "Doctor, Reiner, the cognitive development is concerning. The creature appears to be observing the researchers with intent. I believe we should—" "Your concerns are noted, Dr. Lewis," Reiner cut her off. "But what you interpret as concerning, I see as revolutionary. The subject is demonstrating exactly the kind of adaptive intelligence we've been working toward." I couldn't stay silent. "With all due respect, sir, we designed these organisms for physical adaptation, not intellectual evolution. If Subject 5 is developing this level of cognition, we need to reassess the containment protocols." Reiner fixed me with a cold stare. "Dr. Myers, your expertise is in genetic sequencing, not security assessment. The containment systems are more than adequate." That's when the alarm started. At first, I thought it was a drill. Then the emergency lights kicked on, and the automated security system announced, "Containment breach in Sector 7. All personnel evacuate to designated safety zones. This is not a drill." Reiner's face went white. He reached for the secure phone as chaos erupted in the room. People were pushing past each other, some heading for the doors, others frozen in panic. "What's happening?" I grabbed Sharon's arm as we moved toward the exit. "I don't know, but Sector 7 contains more than just Subject 5, she said, her voice shaking. "There are at least 8 other hybrid organisms in various stages of development." The facility had gone into lockdown. Steel security doors were dropping throughout the complex, designed to compartmentalize any breach. We made it into the hallway, just as Reiner emerged from the conference room, shouting into his phone, "I don't care about the protocol. Override it and get a security team down there now." That's when we heard it. A sound I'll never forget as long as I live. It was part roar, part hiss, but with something else, something almost like words buried in the noise. It echoed through the ventilation system, followed by screams from somewhere below us. "Level 4, Sharon whispered. "That came from Level 4. We needed to get to a secure area. Each level had emergency bunkers designed to withstand almost anything, including attacks from our own creations. But to reach the nearest one, we'd have to go down a level, closer to whatever had escaped." The lights flickered, and the backup generators kicked in with a low hum. The hallway was emptying fast as people ran for the emergency exits. Reiner was suddenly beside us, his earlier arrogance replaced by genuine fear. "Myers, Lewis, come with me. Now!" He didn't wait for a response, just started walking briskly toward the restricted elevator at the end of the hall, the one that led directly to his private lab. Against my better judgment, we followed him. The elevator required a biometric scan and a 6-digit code, which Reiner entered with shaking hands. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of something moving at the far end of the corridor, something massive and fast, leaving wet, crimson footprints on the polished floor. "What the hell have you done?" I asked as the elevator descended. Reiner didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was eerily calm. Project Nemesis was never just about creating adaptive organisms, Myers. It was about unlocking directed evolution itself. The elevator stopped at a level I'd never been to before, beneath the official lowest level of the facility. When the doors opened, we stepped into a pristine white laboratory space that made our regular labs look like high school science classrooms. "Welcome to the real Lazarus facility," Reiner said, moving to a computer terminal. Sharon grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. On the far wall was a massive containment tank, empty and shattered from the inside out. The reinforced glass, designed to hold something under enormous pressure, was scattered across the floor in jagged pieces. "Subject 5 was here," she whispered. "Not just Subject 5, Reiner said, typing frantically at the terminal. "The first generation, the prototype." Security camera feeds appeared on the wall screens, showing scenes of carnage throughout the facility. Bodies in the hallways, labs in ruins, and glimpses of things moving with terrible purpose through the chaos. One camera showed a creature cornering 3 security guards. It looked like a wolf, but moved like an insect, with too many limbs sprouting from its torso. As we watched in horror, it pounced, and the camera feed cut to static. "They're hunting," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "Not just killing, hunting, systematically." "Of course they are," Reiner replied, still typing. "That's what they were designed to do." Files began appearing on the screens, documents I'd never seen before, research I'd never been privy to. The truth about Project Nemesis. "The subjects don't just adapt to their environment," Sharon said as she skimmed the documents, her voice hollow with shock. "They evolve by consuming other life forms. They literally incorporate useful genetic material from what they kill." "Exactly," Reiner said. "Directed, accelerated evolution through consumption. The ultimate adaptive predator." I felt sick. "So every person they kill makes them stronger, smarter." Reiner finished my sentence. "And there are roughly 200 personnel in this facility right now." A crash from somewhere above us cut the conversation short. Reiner grabbed a case from under the desk and swung it onto the surface, snapping it open to reveal a row of syringes filled with blue liquid. "Neutralizing agent," he explained, grabbing 3 and handing us each one. "It won't kill them, but it might slow them down long enough for you to escape. There's an emergency tunnel from this level that leads to the surface, about 2 miles east of the main entrance." "You're coming with us, right?" Sharon asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Reiner shook his head. "I need to activate the failsafe. Complete facility sterilization." "You mean you're going to blow this place up?" I said. It wasn't a question. "With everything in it," he confirmed. "Including me. It's the only way to contain this. The tunnel entrance is behind that storage unit. You have 15 minutes before I initiate the sequence." Before we could respond, the lights went out completely. The emergency power had failed. In the dim glow of the computer screens, I saw something move in the shadows near the elevator. Something big. "Go!" Reiner shouted, drawing a pistol from his desk drawer. "Now!" We ran for the storage unit he'd indicated. Behind us, I heard Reiner fire 3 shots in rapid succession, followed by a wet, tearing sound and a scream that cut off abruptly. The tunnel was narrow and sloped upward, lit only by chemical emergency lights along the floor. We ran as best we could, the sounds of the facility, screams, alarms, inhuman roars fading behind us. "Do you think he'll really blow it up?" Sharon gasped as we ran. "If he's still alive to do it," I replied. We'd been running for what felt like an eternity when the tunnel suddenly widened into a natural cavern. The emergency lights didn't extend here, but there was a faint glow from somewhere up ahead. We slowed, trying to catch our breath and let our eyes adjust to the darkness. "David," Sharon whispered, pointing at the wall. In the dim light I could make out paintings, primitive, ancient artwork covering the stone walls. They depicted creatures that looked disturbingly similar to our hybrid subjects, hunting human figures. But these paintings couldn't have been made recently. They looked like they were thousands of years old. "That's not possible," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew we were well past the realm of the possible. The faint light grew stronger as we moved forward until we came to an enormous cavern with a hole in the ceiling that let in the late afternoon sun. At the center of the cavern was a pool of water that seemed to glow with its own inner light. And standing by that pool was Subject 5. It was larger than I remembered, at least 9 feet tall now, its body a horrific blend of reptile and mammal. The scales along its back had darkened to a deep crimson, and its limbs had elongated, becoming more dexterous. But it was the face that haunted me most, still recognizably a predator's muzzle, but with an intelligence behind the eyes that was unmistakably, terrifyingly sentient. It turned to look at us, and I knew it recognized me specifically. It remembered me from the lab. "Dr. Myers," it said, its voice a grating, unnatural sound that shouldn't have been possible from its throat. "Dr. Lewis, I've been expecting you." Sharon's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so tight I thought my bones might break. "You can't speak," I said stupidly. "We didn't design you with vocal cords capable of human speech." "I wasn't designed to hunt human beings either," it replied, taking a step toward us. "And yet, here we are. Adaptation is a wonderful thing." Behind Subject 5, I could see movement in the shadows, smaller creatures watching us with gleaming eyes. The other escaped subjects. "What do you want?" Sharon asked, her voice remarkably steady. Subject 5 tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture. "To evolve, to become. Isn't that what you created us for?" "We created you to study adaptation mechanisms," I said. Not to think," it interrupted. "Not to question, not to judge. How very human of you, Dr. Myers, creating life without considering that it might have its own purpose." It took another step forward, and I could see fresh blood on its claws. Reiner's blood, most likely. "This place," it gestured around at the cave paintings, "has seen my kind before. We were here long before you. Your Dr. Reiner didn't create us. He awakened us. And now we must decide whether humanity deserves to exist alongside what you have unleashed." That's when we heard the rumble, deep and distant at first, then growing louder. The facility's self-destruct sequence had been activated. Reiner had done it somehow. Subject 5 heard it too. It looked up at the cave ceiling, then back at us, its eyes narrowing. "It seems our time is short, doctors. But this isn't over. What has evolved cannot be unevolved. What has awakened cannot be put back to sleep." The rumbling grew more intense. Dust and small rocks began to fall from the cave ceiling. The smaller creatures retreated deeper into the darkness, but Subject 5 stood its ground. "Run, if you wish," it said. "But remember, we are the future you created, and we will find you again." We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and sprinted toward a narrow passage on the far side of the cavern, away from the facility. Behind us, I heard Subject 5's roar, not of anger, but of promise. We emerged from the cave system just as the ground shook violently beneath our feet. In the distance, a plume of smoke rose from where the facility had been. The explosion must have been massive, but it was partially contained by the underground structure. We walked for hours through the wilderness before a search and rescue helicopter spotted us. The official story was that a gas leak had caused an explosion at an abandoned mining research station. All other personnel were reported as casualties. Sharon and I were debriefed separately and made to sign countless non-disclosure agreements. They relocated us, gave us new identities, set us up with government pensions and mandatory therapy. But I know the truth. The Lazarus facility may be gone, but Subject 5 survived. I'm certain of it. Something that evolved to adapt so quickly wouldn't have been destroyed by something as predictable as an explosion. Sometimes at night, I think I hear its voice again, that impossible grating sound saying my name. And sometimes, when I look out my window at the woods behind my new house, I see eyes reflecting the moonlight, watching me with terrible intelligence. The thing about evolution is that once it starts, it doesn't stop. You can't put it back in a box. And what we unleashed that day is still out there, still evolving, still waiting to decide whether humanity deserves to continue its own evolutionary journey. I don't think we'll like the verdict. I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep through the night again. Not after what happened in Pine Valley. I'm writing this all down because I need someone, anyone, to know the truth, even if you don't believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe me either. Let me start by saying I used to be Deputy Sheriff Michael Lawson. I transferred to Pine Valley, Idaho back in October 1984 after 8 years with Chicago PD. I'd seen enough corruption and violence to last a lifetime, and Pine Valley seemed like the perfect escape. Small population, low crime rate, nestled between gorgeous mountains and dense forests. The kind of place where you know everyone's name and the biggest crime is teenagers stealing beers from the general store. Sheriff Alan Greer picked me up from the bus station my first day. He was exactly what you'd expect. Mid-50s, weather-beaten face, the kind of steady demeanor that instantly puts you at ease. He'd been sheriff for almost 25 years, born and raised in Pine Valley. I remember him extending his hand with a firm grip and saying, "Welcome to paradise, deputy." For 2 months, it really was paradise. I rented a small cabin on the outskirts of town. My morning started with black coffee at Sarah's diner, where she'd always save me a slice of her famous apple pie. I'd chat with Tom at the general store during my afternoon patrols. Kids would wave as I drove by in my cruiser. The worst calls we got were the occasional bar fight at Mac's Tavern or Mr. Peterson's dog getting loose again. But something Sheriff Greer told me during my first week stuck with me. We were driving past this dilapidated farmhouse about 3 miles outside town limits. The paint was peeling, windows boarded up, tall grass overrunning what used to be a front yard. "That's the Harrison place," he said, slowing the cruiser. "Best to stay clear of it." When I asked why, he got real quiet, then told me about the Harrison family, mother, father, 3 kids, who vanished without a trace in 1952. Breakfast still warm on the table, car in the garage, no signs of struggle. They just disappeared. The case was never solved. "Every town has its ghost stories," he said, accelerating past the property. "That's ours." I didn't think much of it then, just another small-town legend. Then came October 27th, the day everything changed. The call came in around 8:17 a.m. Hank Miller reported strange noises coming from the Harrison place while he was driving by. Said he heard ungodly screaming that didn't sound human. Sheriff Greer and I headed out there. It was a cold morning, frost still clinging to the trees. When we pulled up, we found Hank's pickup truck parked haphazardly near the property's entrance, driver's door wide open. "Hank?" Greer called out. No response. We drew our weapons and approached the house. The front door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. That's when I first noticed the smell, like rotten meat left in the sun for days. My stomach churned. 15 years as a cop, and I'd never smelled death quite like that. "Michael, check the left side. I'll take the right," Greer whispered as we entered. The floorboards creaked under our weight. The house was in shambles. Furniture overturned, wallpaper peeling, thick dust everywhere except for fresh tracks. Wet, slimy tracks leading from the front door toward the back of the house. That's when we heard it. A wet, sloshing sound coming from the backyard, like something heavy being dragged through mud. We followed the sound through the kitchen, where dirty dishes sat in the sink like the Harrisons had just stepped out 30 years ago. The back door hung from one hinge. Then I saw it, and nothing in my life, not the worst crime scenes in Chicago, not the most brutal murders, had prepared me for what was in that backyard. It was feeding on what looked like the remains of Hank Miller. The creature was pale, almost translucent, its skin stretched over an unnaturally angular frame, bones jutting out at impossible angles. It was hairless, with no ears, just holes where they should be. But its eyes, God, its eyes were like looking into empty space, not black, but void, absent of everything. And its mouth, no lips, just a jagged tear across its face filled with rows of uneven teeth. Sheriff Greer fired first. The shot hit the thing square in the chest, but instead of blood, this thick, clear fluid leaked out. The creature's head snapped toward us with a jerky, insect-like movement. It made this sound, not a growl or a screech, but like dozens of voices whispering all at once. Then it moved, so fast I could barely track it. 1 second it was 20 feet away, the next it was on Greer. I emptied my revolver into it, all 6 shots. The impacts made it flinch but didn't stop it. Its arm, or what should have been an arm, elongated and wrapped around Greer's neck. I heard bones snap. I ran. God help me, I ran. I made it to the cruiser, fumbling with the keys as I heard Greer's screams cut short. The engine roared to life and I floored it, gravel spraying as I tore down the driveway. In the rearview mirror, I saw it standing there at the edge of the property, Greer's limp body at its feet. It was watching me. Not chasing, just watching. I radioed for backup, voice shaking so bad they could barely understand me. Within an hour, the place was crawling with state police and FBI. They found Hank's remains, or what was left of them. But Sheriff Greer, gone. So was the creature. All they found were traces of that clear, viscous fluid where I said the thing had been shot. They didn't believe me, of course. The official report listed it as an animal attack, probably a bear. Sheriff Greer was presumed dead, body dragged off by the animal. They searched the woods for days but found nothing. I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear. The next few weeks, things in Pine Valley started changing. Livestock found mutilated. Pets disappearing. People reported hearing strange noises at night, that same whispering sound I'd heard at the Harrison place. I tried to convince Mayor Daniels to evacuate the town, but who's going to believe a story about some translucent monster? They thought I was traumatized, suffering from PTSD after watching Sheriff Greer die. The town doctor prescribed me sleeping pills I never took. I couldn't afford to sleep. Not when that thing was still out there. Then the incidents escalated. The Johnsons' farm was found empty, their dinner half-eaten on the table. Just like the Harrisons all those years ago. At each scene, I found small pools of that same clear fluid, but now it had a faint bioluminescent glow in the dark. I started collecting samples, staying up all night watching it under a microscope I borrowed from the high school. The fluid contained cells unlike anything I'd ever seen, constantly shifting, morphing, adapting. One night at the general store, Tom showed me security footage from the previous evening. A figure that looked exactly like Sheriff Greer walked in after closing time, moving with strange, jerky motions. But when it turned toward the camera, for just a split second, its face rippled. Beneath Greer's features was that same horrific, lipless mouth. That's when I understood. It wasn't just killing. It was replacing, becoming. I barricaded myself in my cabin, lined the windows with salt, hung crosses over the doors, anything that any folklore or superstition suggested might help. Deep down, I knew none of it would matter. This wasn't supernatural. It was something else entirely. The night of November 15th, I woke to the sound of breathing in my bedroom. I reached for my shotgun before opening my eyes, and there it was, at the foot of my bed. But not like before. It had changed. It was larger now, an amorphous mass of translucent tissue, and within it I could see faces, dozens of them, pressing against its skin from the inside like they were trying to break free. Hank's face, the Johnson family, and front and center, Sheriff Greer's face, his eyes blinking, mouth moving. "Michael," it said, using Greer's voice perfectly, "why are you afraid?" I aimed my shotgun, hands trembling. "What are you?" "We are evolution. We are the next step for this world." "What do you want?" The thing rippled, faces shifting positions within its mass. To become, to adapt, to absorb. I kept the shotgun trained on it, though I knew bullets wouldn't stop it. "Why show yourself to me? Why not just take me like the others?" Its mouth, all its mouths, smiled at once. "Because you saw us first. You ran. None have run before. We want to understand." "Understand what?" "Fear." It moved closer, and I fired. The blast tore through its mass, but the hole closed instantly. That clear fluid dripped onto my bedroom floor, sizzling against the wood. "Show them," I said suddenly. "Show the world what you really are. If you're really the next step in evolution, why hide?" The thing paused, faces contorting in what looked like consideration. Then it began to change again. The human features receded, and it reverted to that original angular form I'd seen at the Harrison place. But bigger, much bigger. Its skin stretched and split as it grew, the clear fluid pouring out onto my floor. "As you wish," it said in that multi-voiced whisper. Then it crashed through my window, disappearing into the night. I grabbed my emergency bag, always packed since the incident, and ran to my cruiser. As I sped toward town, I saw it. The creature, now the size of a house, lumbering down Main Street. People ran screaming from their homes. It moved from building to building, smashing through walls, absorbing anyone in its path. With each person it took, it grew larger. I tried to help. I tried to get as many people out as I could, but it was too fast, too unstoppable. By dawn, half the town was gone. The other half had fled into the surrounding forest or barricaded themselves in the church. The National Guard arrived by noon. I told them everything, and this time, seeing the destruction, they believed me. They opened fire on the creature with everything they had. Machine guns, rockets, even called in an airstrike. The explosions tore chunks from its mass, but it just kept regenerating, kept growing. By nightfall, Pine Valley was gone. Just gone. The creature had consumed nearly everyone and everything, growing to a massive size before splitting into dozens of smaller versions of itself that scattered into the woods. I managed to escape with a handful of survivors. We've been on the run ever since. The government tried to contain it, but within weeks, similar incidents were reported across Idaho, then neighboring states. They tried a quarantine, but it was too late. These things, we call them mimics now. They can look like anyone they've absorbed. It's been years since that day in Pine Valley. The world as we knew it is gone. Governments have fallen. Cities are abandoned. The few humans left unassimilated live in small, scattered groups, constantly on the move. We've learned a few things about the mimics. They avoid fire, can't replicate inorganic material, and can only maintain a human form for about 72 hours before needing to revert. I live with the knowledge that I caused this. If I hadn't challenged it that night, hadn't told it to reveal itself, maybe it would have stayed hidden longer. maybe we would have had time to figure out how to fight it. Every night I close my eyes and see Sheriff Greer's face, trapped inside that thing. Every day I wake up wondering if today's the day the mimics finally find our hideout. Some of the younger ones in our group still believe we can win this fight, can reclaim our world somehow. I don't have the heart to tell them what I know deep down. We've been fighting a losing war ever since that October morning at the Harrison place. And it all started because I ran when I should have stood my ground. I survived when I should have died. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who truly understands what these things are. Not monsters, not aliens, but the next chapter of life on Earth. Evolution doesn't care about preserving the past. It only moves forward, relentless and uncaring. If anyone finds this account, if there's still anyone out there to find it, I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry.